There's a lot resting on Bellingham's shoulders.
Well, it's only the weight of the nation.
Okay. I think we it's all right. So warm welcome for those of you who are here physically. Welcome to one university. Really glad to see some new faces, new friends. Also for the online participants as well, welcome. Thank you for joining for this time around. It's been a real honor to be able to host APARN taking over from Kuliaman from Indonesia. And it's been exciting from the beginning of yesterday with our panel discussion. And today we have two tracks and we have very exciting research presentations. And hopefully we will learn some new stuff, share some ideas, making friends. Really looking forward for this presentation. On behalf of the institution, we take this as a really progressive step ahead in terms of thinking about research, especially coming from creative faculty. And in fact, we welcome any sort of future collaboration beyond APARN. If you're interested in us, we are here as part of the affinity, part of the region in Southeast Asia. So please keep us in your mind. Once again, thank you for giving us this opportunity. So I'll pass the mic to thank you.
Yes, thank you, Rupesh. Welcome everyone, and it's great feeling to be here with everyone, and both those who are here physically and those who are online. Welcome to the APARN Symposium. I want to first thank Rupesh for helping steward this from the very beginning. This symposium has, while it started in 2019 in Jogja, in Jakarta, under the leadership of Kurniawan, it has morphed, especially during the COVID period, it morphed into a network just keeping it going, despite the fact that we could not meet physically. Finally, last year, we actually had a physical meeting and again in Jakarta. And it's so nice to know that, and it'd be interesting for many of you, that this is the first time that we are doing it outside of Indonesia, where it originated. My colleagues, Danny Delipa and Kurniawan are the ones who initiated this, and they took me in later, and it's been especially enriching for me as an experience. What is this network for? I think about networks as ways of making sure that we are not feeling alone, that we have a community, we know that we have a community of people who understand some of the things we are doing, We can complain with them about what doesn't work and what works. We can feel comfortable in having our ideas, even if they are provisional ideas. And that's the original objective of APARN. That it would be a forum to bring together people who are pursuing and interested in artistic research in the region, in the Asia Pacific region, and to enable them to meet each other, get to know each other's works. As I said, even if it's in a provisional form, so that we can get feedback and learn from each other. But also to create a growing, hopefully, network of people who will continue to champion the importance of artistic research and the distinctive values that artistic research represents. Daniel, speak a bit about that.
Thanks, Joe. Depending on my team, you won't okay. Firstly, thanks Prakash for bringing us together in Sojo, and this is the first meeting that we had at the network, specifically that has not been hosted by Jakarta. And it represents a big step from, I guess, in 2019 when Shani and I were working together with our two institutions and thinking, wouldn't it be good if there are other institutions in the region who could, and people who could participate in this exchange. And this was, when we were at the International Conference for Asia Pacific Studies that this team were hosting. And that was where the idea was born. And we had our first meeting with Gunnar and others in October 2019. And then, of course, our plans to be meeting more regularly in the future, of course, with COVID. But we've continued online and from last year reinitiating our physical meetings. But also, I think what the pandemic has done is brought opportunity for us to connect virtually and to expand the number of people who are involved. And so, our Google discussion group, we now have over 200 members of that group. And importantly, also, the network has found its form as a special interest group of the Society for Artistic Research, which is a Europe-based organization, but which is, I guess, an academic society which is looking to foster the development of artistic research in general, everywhere within and outside of the university system. And so I think that affiliation for us brings two important possibilities for the network. Firstly, I think it allows those of us working in the region who are trying to gain organizational and institutional support for artistic research practices to connect to the very long history of debate and discussion about artistic research which has taken place in the European context, and in some cases has meant that universities are much more open to artistic formats for research activity, and that there are a degree of pathways for people who are artistic research practitioners who are not only publishing traditional journal papers, but are actually undertaking inquiry through their work. And we know from our meetings that this is the challenge for many practitioners in the region, both due to the conservatism of sometimes individual institutions, but also national research systems. And yesterday, as we discussed, that's been been a battle in Australia as well to get, and continues to be, to gain recognition of the importance of artistic research in a national artistic framework. But I also think there's a second opportunity that our affiliation with the Society for Artistic Research brings, and that is to address what has been a very European and potentially, we'd say, Eurocentric discussion about artistic research and what research is and what kinds of practices might be considered artistic research. And for me at least, I think the longer term opportunity for our network is to pay attention to the local nodes of artistic operation and cultural practices that exist in the region, and to see those having a character, I think, intellectual and aesthetic opportunity for our which is to pay attention to is as important as the European concept of artistic or cultural practices, as we know, are all, and to see those aware of the practicalness that colonial perspective has brought with their certain knowledge of the values as important as the European conception, lower than others, and I think as important this network is opportunities for aware of the practices that have been historically colonial suppressed to come to fruition with their certain knowledge of visibility and validation get within inside and help truly international. And I think I've caused quite a bit of this network. So that to me is maybe kind of where the network is at, where we are as an organisation. We rely on people's ability and validation meetings and taking on all of the responsibilities as national, financial, technological, and organisational. So do that. So you and your team. So definitely to me, kind of our colleagues from Bangkok here rely on and lot of staff who have we're hoping that financial next year we're going to be in and having a big time, being present for your conference on performance research. I can say that we're hoping that in next year we're going to be looking at so it's now time for the presentation and the present for your conference on performance research. I think everyone No, excellent. Everything's good. So it's time for the real presentation. So I think with that we can just moving with the actual event. We have two tracks, and perhaps I'll just invite you and I'll back to you to talk through the comments. So I think
so this is also we have
we have two tracks, and I'll back to you to talk through the
so this most of this line as well. We have both stations line and repeater. Some students and like broadcast in the phone station. So thirdly is we have a person please have a coffee and breakfast and the local fees serving light and coffee and so throughout the presentation the entire presentation will take place in this particularly this time we have so we can move between A is this and B is right. So I believe if you have received then the A is this and this A B is schedule and at any time we certainly go back on here and have conversations. That's what we can do. So, one of them, if you have any issues if you're not feeling well, especially people realize it, please get the schedule, the chat box, and find that you can go and if anything to all the right. Thank you all once again for coming, and that's really wonderful. So, so I shall find first one is track one, say that the channel does so that we have to go really nice. Thank you all once again for coming, and let's have a wonderful. So I shall find the first one track one.
All right. Assalamualaikum. Good morning to everyone.
Hello, my guest.
Hello, can everyone hear?
So we are here for the first session
Hello.
of this symposium. Next talk is also another organization.
So we're gonna start.
So I would also like to
Welcome to track 2
those
for the APARN Symposium. My name is Ethan, one of the
nice to meet
and I'll be
all
the
of
moderator
you.
for
So,
the session.
probably,
And we're very happy to have
this one has
Rika,
been
Matsunami, Robin,
by the organizer.
everyone,
We have
Sonia,
three
Mantra,
presenters
Roberto,
in this
for our presentation today. So I think we'll begin alphabetically with Rika, followed by Robin, and then Sonia. Rika?
So could I just ask one thing?
Yes.
I've seen my presentation by video. Has it been received and downloaded?
Download the video.
Yeah.
Yes, I think we're able to download and present. May we have your consent for recording this session for our live broadcast? Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Okay, so we'll begin the first presentation with Rika. You may begin.
Hello, good morning. So, for me, first time to, do you hear me? For me, it's first time to operate.
Yes, we can hear you, Rika.
Good, thank you. Then I will start. And 20 minutes is very short, and this ethics and the aesthetics of one Ludwig Wittgenstein, logical philosophy, and methodological research examines Wittgenstein's thesis and at the same time reflects his thesis from a critical perspective on the contemporaneous of body and the coexistence in the 21st century, using 3 praxis-based academic and non-academic artistic research project, cybernetic project by an American artist Joseph Nispatal, who lives and works in France, optic work and sound composition by Japanese artist Erika Matsman, who lives and works in Germany. Video art based on sign language by an Italian DF artist Rudy Ottiani, who lives and works as a video creator in Japan. The Lucelle introduction on Wittgenstein's theory in this artistic research contrasts contemporary art. So contemporary art, today's art knowledge. So I read not all of them, but this is important to understand Wittgenstein's between today mainly I present quickly the three projects. So painting without observation, informational data, and ethnography as a fiction. Joseph Nispatal has transformed homemade computer vehicles into something artistic in his coexistence and the environment, but at an artificial level. And how research on the vaccine for the HIV virus has developed the coexistence with the AIDS virus in the body's natural environment. The only way to live for AIDS apartment is to coexistence with the virus. What is coexistence in an environment for us biologically? Is question. Wittgenstein's theory of the molecular proportion stands upon his theory of the construction of truth of functions. And I would like very much to show his video. I don't know how I can. Do you see this?
No, we don't see.
No?
Can you click on the link?
Oh, okay. I have to maybe change. I sent the link already in the chat. You can find this.
Okay. Replay the
first one. X.com. Okay, we can see that link now.
You see? Do you see the video? Do you see video or not?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
We have seen the video and heard it.
Yeah, we finished seeing the video. Erica, you can continue. We have finished seeing the video.
So I sent the link. That's why we need to see later. This is he has different type of his work. How can I?
We saw it already.
You see? You see?
Yeah, we finished seeing the video. Yes.
Video finished, and now you see. You see my presentation portfolio.
Yes.
See? It, yes. Yes. And and I described his Okay. And then, yes, with Offspring 2005 by Joseph Nitzvatal in Mystic and the Mysterious monochrome acrylic oil painting that raises questions of viewing, appreciation, and that which is beyond the creator's intentions, creativity. The diverse play of the time and the space in the two-dimensional phenomena of this monochrome world. A world without very strict techniques is created by the tapestry model by the overlaps and gaps of its superficial rhythmic layers. Thereby, my understanding of his detailed painting that Nitzvatal calls bit of the screen is that algorithmic time intervenes in measure into noise, whether the algorithmic activity is noise or not, is the template that is created and constructed by a script that forms a new spatiality. Is that new spatiality that of the illusion? If so, it is completely different from the illusion of the biological virus as it functions in an environment in which there is no smell, no sound, and nothing can be said the existence of metadata. Then, according to Roman Bartosz and Julia Theopoldis, in their essay narrating the edges of the humanity conception of post-humanism in Anglophone fiction, focusing on the symbolic interdependencies between the human, the animal, and the machine, as well as ethically charged ontological distinctions between the human and the non-human. The general preoccupation of the post-humanism is seeking a redefinition of the category of the human. As a philosophical concept, it also integrates the legacies of the Western humanism and captures the tensions between perceived risk of logic, the rise of the social human, which Francis Nefertiti, for lack of a better term, calls the Factor X 2002, 149, and the embrace of new possibility of coexistence as the ambition. Example in promote Kenaria's notion of the spices cosmopolitanism 2014, 150. The monochrome world of the Wit of the Spring was painted by computer optimists on the two-dimensional canvas. Its maquette came from the virtual world. The space without perspective of the world of the scene in real world. And creativity brought about the narrativity of the hot-assisted acrylic painting that is free of real depictions, lies between random construction and the collapse of certain rhythm that uses between an intentional space and time. Here there is no category of gender in our thoughts. Rather, gender is invisible in relation to the eye of the physical existence. It might be possible to begin to think this fiction that the I does not lie in my thought, but exists in my DNA. Dear trace of memory are also intangible. The secret of the life force lies not in an external paradigm, but in the series of random events whose possibilities are immeasurable. Needless to say, today's science of genomic sequence has proved that this invisibly is a reality, a collection of cells formed by complex information.
Your slides moving is still slide one.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, Yeah. A correction of sense from the formless formation is our intensity essentiality. And then the logical perfect language use of syntax with preventing nonsense and has single symbols which always have a different and unique meaning. Mr. Wittgenstein concerned with condition for the logically perfect language, not that any language is logically perfect or that we believe ourselves capable here and now of constructing a logically perfect language, but that the full function of language is her meaning, and it's only fulfills this function in proportion as it approaches to the ideal language which we postulate. Then the book is my artistic research project since long. I have been exploring the installation body 2010 consists of analog photography and sound composition. Thereby,
Can you move the slides?
Yes, I collaborated with the sound engineer Nicolas Schmink for sound position, sound composition. And my proposition there is the space-time of light and reflection mentioned by Einstein. Einstein wrote a series of papers that would transform the way we see the universe. They included his theories of special relativity and the famous expression E equal mc squared. The first paper described his article theory of light, which became one of the foundations of modern physics. We perceive objects in space through the reflection of light. Another physical factor in analog photography is exposure of film of the photographic paper. This work was photographed with analog camera, and the film was scanned using high technology to create an installation using 36 millimeter film, the 35 millimeter format of 24 millimeter by 36 millimeter as the material. So, sorry. Then this is from the research, the introduction of Wittgenstein's theory, and there I want to about projective properties of the original figure remain unchanged, whichever of these way may be adopted. These projective properties correspond to that which in his theory the proposition and the fact must have in common if the proposition is to assert the fact. And this is scientific research, silver halide. In the photographic film and the photographic paper have a basic structure in which an emulsion of 5 silver halide crystal particles dispersed in a window which as gelatin is coated and treated on support film and paper. The high sensibility, precise image quality, and rich graduation that is a characteristic of silver halide photography entirely dependent on the structure of the silver halide crystals. The beauty of nature of shapes, the crystal structure of silver halide. This research was by the Japanese scientist Dr. Etsuo Fujie. This is sonic composition of for this installation, and I send over the link in the chat, and I go this is the performance, also the link in the video. And yes, and I composed pieces by modeling, transmitting, and modifying, recording sound together with the sound engineering machine at the sound studio in Berlin. The different sources recreated an artificial space style sound based on recorded sounds such as binary street recordings, special recordings, historical sound recordings, personal archive telephone sounds from the former GDR in Germany, placing recording in intimacy, signing of the children friendship, a singing of the children friendship, and footsteps in the hallway, architecture, sound sources, and the reverberation. This sound work is shaped by the relationship between sound semiotics and the poetic language, compositional syntax, pure articulation, inner feeling, and subjectivity. That compositional construction of the sounds is primarily based on the half-automatic random sound drawings of surrealism. So that's what it was.
3 minutes is, thank you, Erika. Yeah, so 3 minutes is up, but we really appreciate your presentation. I really love how you use Wittgenstein's function.
I couldn't see the concrete. Yeah, conclusion is just I read the conclusion. Yeah, this is practice yeah. Then I go. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Erika. Okay, now we have the next presenter, Robin, to share with us his work.
Excuse me. So Dende should have a video now for you to play. My connection is very unreliable.
Right. We are going to play the video first. This video.
Right. My whole presentation is in the video. My connection is very unreliable and not so well either. So thank you.
Okay. Appreciate that.
Hi, my name is Robert Zingermans. The title of my research is Apakia Puppet Transtanifa, Creating Decolonial Avatars Through Maori Apakia Entwined Intercultured. Hi, my name is Robin Zingermans. The title of my research is Apakia Puppet Transtanifa, Creating Decolonial Avatars Through Maori Apakia Entwined Intercultured Artistic Research in Aotearoa, racist Sweden, the United States, and pluralistic Indonesia. So to be able to share my research with you, I need to unpack this title and introduce myself and my background. I'm originally from Aotearoa, New Zealand, and to stay true to my attempts to decolonize myself and all I do, from now on, I'm going to refer to my homeland as Aotearoa. One of the generally agreed indigenous names, Maori names, for what is more commonly known as New Zealand. I grew up in Aotearoa and lived in the UK between 1998 and 2012. And since 2012, I've been based in Sweden. I make human rights-oriented performance, moving image, writing, and more. I'm often involved in many kinds of collaborations. I'm very interested in multi-iterative work, and I work within and outside university and academic contexts. I've worked within modern and contemporary dance since graduating from the New Zealand School of Dance in 1996, and I have a master's in research, artistic research from Roehampton University, London. I have many decades experience as a performer, but in general, I have often found myself, to a degree, more interested in experimentation of creative processes than final results. As the artistic research in academia in various countries started to emerge, it was a natural fit to my own interests and approach. During my childhood, I experienced a kind of decolonial revolution in Aotearoa, relatively speaking. My first memories of this were in relation to decolonization of place names. To begin with, this was iconic places such as Mount Taranaki, which until I was around 8 years old had a British name of Mount Egmont. This quite soon extended into my own Pākehā parents attending Te Reo Māori classes, Māori language classes, and explicit attempts to decolonize their tongues, learning correct pronunciation of Māori place names and the beginnings of some deeper philosophical underpinnings of Te Reo Māori philosophy. This has left me with a long-term interest around semiotics and how they are central to any potential decolonization. You've heard me say the word Pākehā a few times now, and perhaps wonder the meaning. There's no direct translation that is generally agreed, but I prefer to explain by saying that the word Maori before colonization simply meant normal, and that indigenous people of Aotearoa only began to refer to themselves as Maori as a result of colonization. Before this, Maori identifying by tribe, sub-tribe, and family groups. Often, a Pākehā is explained as a person of European descent, but as a Pākehā based in Europe, this doesn't sit right. As often, I do not feel European, even if I very much look it. The book Being Pākehā Now from 1985 by Aotearoan historian Michael King goes into much more detail of the meaning of the word and realities of what Pākehā-tanga or Pākehā-ness might mean. He quite provocatively suggested in this book that Pākehā can be thought of as being a new or now indigenous group of Aotearoa. I don't myself necessarily agree with this idea, but it is exactly the kind of ethical, artistic ideation, borderland, that I am often interested in. For example, for several years, I referred to my practice as deleting whiteness from choreography. This was a deliberate provocation of common risks and results at attempting this can achieve. It also serves to simply make someone wonder what is whiteness, which is not necessarily generally known in the public. In the Swedish context, it's been very useful in terms of communicating a positionality. 21% of the 2022 national ballot voted for the fascist Swedish Democratic Party, which has connections to the history of racial biology in Sweden and Nazism. Sweden is a particularly problematic, troubling, and yet also stimulating place for me to have found myself. Many older generation Swedes see themselves as belonging to a country of avant-garde anti-racism. But many like myself, or Black, Indigenous, and person of colour Swedes, regard Sweden as 40 years behind many countries, and at least a couple of decades behind even countries such as the United States or the United Kingdom. Swedish racism or whiteness is defined in three eras. White purity until 1968, with their history of racial biology and connections to the Holocaust and Nazism. From 1968, they saw racism was going out of fashion, and to kill themselves and into an era of race colorblindness. This has had the terrible effect that Sweden has not done much of the work necessary towards decolonization and anti-racism or truly post-race society. Since 2001, Sweden is in an era of white melancholy, the racists longing for white purity, and the non-racists longing for race colorblindness. So that context and the occurrence of Brexit, Trump, rise of the far right in Europe meant my work since 2015 has been explicitly committed to imperatives of anti-racism and human rights. It became very challenging to work professionally here in Sweden, and I saw universities and research centres struggle to progress from their self-acknowledged institutional structural racism. This was quite frustrating for me as I've grown up in a context that had a relatively positive relationship to colonial shame, in as much as individuals, organizations were attempting to or had some kinds of processes or at least understandings in place towards decolonization and social justice. Some of my research has been centered around a hypothesis of the tempo of positive colonial shame, which emerged when I spent 5 days in Auschwitz. At a site like this, one has their own time and space to try to deal with such immense horror. It made me realize how my life since childhood had a gentle drip feeding of colonial shame. And within my research, I connect sites such as colonial slave plantations and sites of lynchings as being similar sites of atrocity to Auschwitz. Sometimes British colonialism of Aotearoa is referred to as the Maori Holocaust, which to many of my generation can seem quite reasonable. Here I want to intervene on the word decolonization. Some Maori colleagues and friends reject the word, similar to defeating whiteness that provides responses that it's too late, it's happened, colonialism cannot be undone. Several of those colleagues have worked in Maori contemporary dance, which handily has some vocabulary going back several decades to offer us alternatives to what otherwise might be termed decoloniality. Maori contemporary dance is sometimes referred to as continuum dance. So it's not wholly traditional Maori dance, but nor is it just a fusion of Maori and colonial dance forms. It's a third way, a continuum. This is similar to how I was taught history, with 3 perspectives, Maori, British, and a third critical and problematizing of what should we do now. Some working and research environments became so problematic in Sweden that it was clear they were completely dysfunctional. This meant I felt I must find new ways to approach my research here and perhaps vocabulary to navigate the context. To do this, for the last 2 years, I joined a postmasters of Decolonizing Architecture Advanced Studies at the Royal Institute of Art in Stockholm. A course that welcomes many different kinds of artists and researchers, and not all just architects. So it is with that context that I developed the site of this research, Apakia Puppet Trans Taniwha. Praxis is a defining term in the program. Rather than practice and theory of artistic research, the two are desegregated as praxis. In a sense, the site of Apakia Puppet Trans Taniwha is my own body, which is the last thing I actually wanted to do. I, for several years, tried to decentralize myself from my research. But the creation of this avatar for myself has opened up a critical awareness of colonialism, decoloniality, whiteness, and justice that never would have otherwise been possible. With this research, I created a one-on-one methodology to offer a place of alternative reflection for other artists and researchers, with the intention to intertwine their praxis, thoughts, feelings, sensibilities, to attempt to further decolonize myself. In a moment, I'll share some of the methods and findings of the research, but first I'll need to give you an insight into what a trans Taniwha might be. Taniwha are revered, powerful creatures from traditional Maori stories. They might be a kind of monster or entity deemed to have special magical powers, or simply be representative of good fortune. So all of the elements together mean that a Pākehā puppet trans Taniwha, this decolonial avatar I created, has potential for much new synthesizing of new artistic research. It acknowledges its colonial appearance and history by being a Pākehā puppet, but it is also positioned in relation to Maori. It is Pākehā, it's not white. By being trans Taniwha, it is then also opening up to seeing just how deeply it can go into the philosophy and even mystical potentials of Maori culture. For me, this means opening up spiritual and deeply intuitive approaches, which I feel strongly modernity and capitalism has stripped many humans of. As a child, I often felt there was a bit too much God in the house. So it's also a way for me to have a third way in relation to spirituality that can be outside of religious heritage or even religious imposition. By being trans Taniwha, it is a way of acknowledging the monstrous within colonialism. That between the lines of the research, I am identifying European males as historical monsters. And in the end, no matter how many interesting new areas the work reaches into, it can also reduce down to simply being about anti or de-toxic masculinity, which to me seems apparent is at the heart of many of our current challenges on small and large scales globally. Being trans Taniwha also opens the research to being transgender and transsexual affirmative. Paul Preciado's work, Can the Monster Speak? And Maquis Bay's philosophical text, Black Transfeminism, are important references. They are works that encourage hypergenerativity, which is ideal towards myself and others generating, synthesizing their own decolonial avatars or entities. So this site, the Pākehā Puppet Trans Taniwha, I've met around 30 artists and researchers for 1 hour one-on-one sessions. These sessions involve using practices of hypersensitive body listening with a kind of psychoanalytic playground of invitations I give to guests. I could think of hypersensitive body listening in different ways, such as deep intuition or shamanic practices. In the one-on-ones, the guests are invited to stream of consciousness for the first 10 minutes, during which I am attempting to engage hypersensitive body listening. After those 10 minutes, I then let my body reply with movement without speaking. This often leads to discussion around what the guest is interested in at the moment or in general, and the interplay between us, the researchers generating. The guest is then invited to dress me and give me tasks as they wish. There's a large selection of kind of decolonial merchandise for them to choose from. Now I'm going to conclude with a few examples of occurrences during the research. The first is an image from Indonesia. One friend and colleague, a white passing Canadian, found this image very problematic, that it could be regarded as racist, whereas a black Gambian Finnish Swedish friend and colleague did not at all find this problematic, but rather playful and critical of whiteness. Sweden, in particular, is a place of very high minority stress. My home country of Aotearoa is by no means perfect, but it was a kind of shock to me when I realized during the research that, relatively speaking, it seemed there was no minority stress with Maori that I worked with. The research being based in an architecture school has been very beneficial to open new spatial ways of thinking. My example of low or lower minority stress in Aotearoa gave me a sense of how humans bring their spaces with them. So in some ways, this research implies, in the European context, Frans Fanon's observation from the 1940s of the psychological stresses placed on racialized bodies has not changed that much, or at least not enough, in the last 18 years. Architecture attempts to decree what a site is by naming the site's use. However, it is rather what happens on a site becomes what defines a site. So former fascist and colonial spaces can be profaned by who occupies them and what we do in them. The body is not fixed to sight, and its meaning changes wherever it goes, as well as its own meanings being carried with it, which means all our somatic, mindful, and soulful existence are constant sites of latent synthesis, of new praxis and realities that can shape places and societies. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin, for your very interesting sharing on what is whiteness, colorblindness, and of course, how your art practice reacts to colonial shame. That was really interesting. Now we have our final speaker, Ms. Sonia. You may present.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, good morning. Sorry, because it's 3 a.m. here. So, so greetings from Portugal. I apologize in advance if maybe I'm a bit distracted, but it's because of the late hour. So my name is Sonia Mota Ribeiro. I'm an artist and an anthropologist. My research is in the areas of anthropology of the arts, environmental anthropology, and cultural heritage. My work stands at the intersection between ethnography and artistic practice. I'm currently carrying out research on the relationship between art, anthropology, and the environment. So I will start to share my screen now. Hope it works. If I do this, does it work? Can you see my screen?
No, not yet.
Okay, so can you see this presentation now?
No.
No. Because it doesn't seem, it doesn't seem to work, the sharing button. So I click on share content, screen one more tab, but it doesn't seem to go anywhere.
Send us a file, maybe? Is there a link to
Could
your file?
you try sharing your whole screen, perhaps?
Yeah, sorry. Maybe, yeah, I don't have a link. Maybe I can send you the file. Would that be okay?
Yeah, we can present this file.
Yeah, so, sorry, but I've never used. Okay. So now I'm trying. Okay. Sorry, can you help me? How do I send a file here?
In the chat box.
Sorry, I couldn't understand.
There's a chat icon. Then you can attach, like, there's a plus, you can attach your file.
So that's what I cannot find, the link or the icon for attaching.
So,
Maybe I'll just try it. Drop it. No, it didn't work.
yeah, if you go plus, if you go to the chat and you'll see
Plus,
plus down the bottom and then attach bar.
Mm-hmm.
Can you find the chat? Oh, okay. She can see.
She's seeing what's on the screen here.
You got her file already?
No.
Oh, no. Yeah. So you can press the chat, and then at the bottom right hand, there is a plus, and then you can attach your file.
Yeah, the problem is maybe because I'm using the browser, there's no plus button. So,
Yeah, sure.
Can you type into the chat?
I can type, yes. So this works, but then there's no plus, so I cannot actually send files.
Oh.
It's weird. Yeah, I think it's because I'm on a browser, not.
We're going to send you an admin email, and you can email it there.
Okay. Yes, that would be great. Thank you, and I'm sorry for this.
Yeah. Do you see the email?
Checking now. Did you send it to my email? Sonia Motiva?
Yeah, through the chat.
The email is in the chat. Can you see?
Okay. Yes. Okay, so I'll send you a PDF. Sorry, try to be quick.
You were able to send the emails?
I did, yes.
Oh.
You should have it by now. It's a PDF, so it makes it easier.
Okay, we just received it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Presentation now, Radiant World.
So I'm seeing myself seated in a bunch of chairs. I don't know what happened.
We're going to share our screen so you can see the presentation.
Okay. So I'll ask you to switch when.
Okay, you may present. Can you see your slides?
Yes, thank you. So I'll begin. So my presentation considers the artwork and research of Cornelia Hesse-Honegger. She's a Swiss artist, a scientist, and an activist. And her work studied the effects of anthropogenic radiation in the insect communities around nuclear reactors and nuclear fallouts. I'll start by introducing the base for the discussion, then present Cornelia's work, and finish with the results of her research in Fukushima's radioactive legacy. So, can you switch, please? Thank you. It's yes. So first of all, I invite you to follow this slide by reading it. It's a mind map from left to right. So this is the base of the study. And with Cornelia's work as a starting point, I propose to think of art research as a method to achieve knowledge, but most of all as a place of knowledge in itself that is generated inside the art practice. And since this is an experimental practice, an experimental place, it is not easy to articulate with language, the art practice being itself a kind of language. When it's in relation to the environment and environmental issues, the concrete practice of art, be it drawing, painting, sculpture, or any other media, can become a language to work with the abstraction of our feeling, of our relationship with the environment, and maybe help make it more tangible, more comprehensible, maybe foster greater care and empathy towards other species and issues, that seem foreign to us, such as the insect world, as you will see in Cornelia's work. So maybe, can you switch? Thank you. Thank you. So the central argument of my talk is knowing something through embodied and concrete experience, such as art practice, can lead to a deeper understanding and connection, especially when the subject is as perceptible and unalike as insects that are affected by the current anthropogenic context we all live in. Cornelia's artwork focuses on grasping the invisible aftermath of nuclear fallouts by revealing a pervasive layer of anthropogenic radiation through the study of its effects on the insects living in the affected areas. Can you switch, please? Thank you. Cornelia started working as a scientific illustrator at an entomology laboratory at the University of Zurich, where she drew flies and other insects that had been exposed to different mutagens, such as X-rays and other poisonous substances. Here you can see one normal head and one mutated head as a comparison. You can switch, please. She moved to the countryside in 1976, and started painting an invisible community of leaf bugs, spiders, beetles. Then she went back to painting mutated laboratory flies, that you can see in the image, that she considered to be prototypes of new man-made nature. Switch, please. When the explosion at a nuclear power station in Chernobyl happened in 1986, Julia thought of the laboratory situation she knew so well. Now the same was happening everywhere. The radioactive cloud dropped its content. She knew severe radiation exposure could cause mutations in the string of DNA in the formatives in a creature's body. So she went looking for bugs in regions under the Chernobyl cloud, first in Sweden and then in southern Switzerland. By drawing and painting them, she found there was a high rate of deformation. Switch, please. At that time, and even later, no biologist was researching because everybody believed that the radiation from Chernobyl was harmless. The scientists with whom she worked were convinced that the radiation was too low to have any effect, even less on tiny insects. But they based their conclusions on their studies that were made with X-rays and couldn't foresee the effects of the type of radiation experienced after Chernobyl. Switch, please. Suspicious of their claims, Cornelia traveled to eastern Sweden, where the radiation had been highest in Western Europe, and she found the first mutated leaf bugs. After Chernobyl, the measurements of radioactivity taken in Sweden showed that the highest contamination was found in the town of Österfarnbo, north of Uppsala, but the scientists downplayed the danger of radiation. In Kinte and Österfarnbo, she collected the first morphologically disturbed bugs. The detected deformities shocked her deeply. Also, many of the plants were not green, but dark red, and the local people were in despair because they could no longer eat what was growing in their gardens. Now there's a few slides that's only images, so you can switch. Thank you. Okay, the previous one, yes, thanks. And in 1990, she finally had the opportunity to travel around the Chernobyl nuclear power plant with the anti-nuclear group Strom on Atom, electricity without atomic power. South of the 30-kilometer exclusion zone, she collected firebugs, and in Pripyat, the city most hit by the fallout, they were allowed to stay for only 10 minutes because of the high level of radioactive contamination. There she found only a few true bugs, all of them very disturbed. Switch, please. And again, one more. Yes, thanks. In Poleskhoye, to the west, outside the exclusion zone, but still very heavily contaminated, she found people in great misery. They had not been evacuated after the accident because their territory lies outside the exclusion zone. They also visited Slavaučiš, a town that had been especially built for refugees from the Chernobyl disaster, about 90 kilometers north of Kyiv. Where many children were ill, and there was only one nurse and no doctor to treat all the sick people. Switch, please. When Cornelia's images were first published, they generated criticism in the scientific community. At that time, most research on radiation was focused on engineering issues and health risks to humans. So Chernobyl's impact on biological communities was still very unknown. Switch, please. It was only in 2009 that studies showed lower populations of butterflies, bees, dragonflies, and spiders in areas inside the exclusion zone around Chernobyl, thanks to the radioactive contaminants on the insect communities in the area. Switch, please. Thanks. Her research in Japan in 2016 took place in the affected areas around Fukushima. This was during the Fukushima Biennale, and Cornelia was also invited to give the opening speech for the Citizen Scientists International Symposium on Radiation Protection. She mentions how the scientists had no idea artists were doing work in the area and in the same issues. For over 2 weeks beforehand, she collected bugs and leafhoppers in the 20 kilometers exclusion zone around the nuclear power plant Fukushima Daiichi. She observed that it was nearly impossible to find any true bugs, and the number of abnormalities among leafhoppers was almost 50%. The major survivor that you see in the image, the leafhopper Cicadella viridis, had its bright pigmentation vanished to a pale opaque light blue. Cornelia describes this as her most shocking discovery. The bugs you see in the images come from Shinobo Spa, Fukushima City. The left leafhopper has 2 fillers on the left side and a dark patch on the right wing. The right cicada is too small, with a growth on the thorax. The bug illustrated on the right has lost nearly all its color. Switch, please. Slowly, scientists start to understand this radioactive legacy and how evolution works in the radioactive world. For example, recent research shows that some bird species living near Chernobyl might be adapting to low-dose radiation levels. And these findings bring us to what Cornelia's work and research has already showed us, what Chernobyl and the radioactive world might look like in the Anthropocene. And while the delicate beauty and efficiency, someone is with the microphone, there's a lot of while the delicate beauty and efficiency of Hesse Honegger's images responds to the unspoken forms of political power of the atomic, by revealing this level of invisibility, she also makes a forceful call to action. By standing at the edge between art and science, the art practice and research show powerful ways to grasp and settle our relationship with the disturbed environment. Switch, please. Thank you. So I leave you, this is further reading about Cornelia's work and also her website if you want to know more. Switch, please, and my email if you want to reach out if you have any questions. And thank you very much.
Sonia, for your presentation, and it's quite different, your presentation from our previous presenters, talking about the connection between, anthropology, art, and the environment. So now I'll open, I think, any questions from the floor. Does anyone have any questions for the researchers? Yeah, you can send the mic is here. You have one question from Clarissa.
Yeah. So I just sent her. Okay. Hi, Sonia. Thank you very much for the presentation. Working very much in the social context, and I realized in art practice as well as art history recently, there's a lot of interest in looking at toxicity as well as radiation effects, like looking at all sites of previous leakages that taken place from Chernobyl to Fukushima. So I'm just curious as to, since you're actually looking at the work of specific artists, who is actually very engaged in looking at the entomological consequences of radiation leakages and mutation, because in nuclear technology, there's also this other aspect considered as like positive or good mutation, mutagenesis, that is actually used for mutating plants for agricultural purposes as a part of the whole drive towards food security by creating supposedly a better pedigree of agricultural producers, right? So you have that and you juxtapose that against these other kind of mutations that has affected the insects that Caroline is actually looking at. So, like, is that mutation necessarily a bad thing, or how that has actually changed that ecosystem? I also want to position this against another particular discourse that I actually saw. This was actually an exhibition on nuclear power, right? So they had a photographer, cannot remember his name, I'm sorry, but he photographed the region around the Chernobyl after the accident. And he said, like, several decades later, the plants, creatures, they're all thriving. They're living a really good life because there's not activity, rebirth, growth. So what do you think about that kind of like discourse that's also going on within like use photography to serve? Some may consider it as propaganda, some say that that's evidence that to show that it's not as bad as you think. So what do you think about this? Because there's all these different conflicting discourses actually going on.
Well, thank you for your questions. I think it is bad. That's the short answer. The longer answer, of course, there's like in the last. I think I mentioned that the last slides. There's adaptation. So creatures are adapting, which is phenomenal. I mean, not just insects, but birds. They're adapting to this radioactive world. They can't live in it, even if they lose their color. They survive and they adapt. They change. They find new ways to thrive. And I understand the point of the lack of anthropogenic influence in Chernobyl. It's still very. There's a lot of layers. I mean, I understand that it's of course nature thrives and it adapts and. It thrives without man, and that's a good thing. At the same time, we cannot ignore everything that happened. I mean, the people that stayed there and were not warned and got sick, generations got sick, and they cannot go back. And in Fukushima, it's the same. Cornelia mentions really, really dramatic social conditions. So people cannot go back to what the life they always had, and there's old people, and it's very, so there's all these aspects. Of course, there's you can look at the insects, you can look at the birds, you can look at the plants, and the adaptation. Of course, you don't relate as much, and that's one of the, I think, the power of her work, that she makes us relate to these tiny bugs, but they don't look like us, so it's really hard to relate. And there's the people we can relate to that look like us, and that's pretty dramatic. So I don't think the price to pay is. I think the price is really high. So yeah, of course, it's in some cases energy is a really difficult issue, and you can say it's necessary. And she also mentions that's why I mentioned the political aspect, that the radioactive issues are controlled not by the state but by the military, so they're very secretive. So her work also brings attention to this aspect, and there's no radioactive. There's no plants in Portugal, actually. So I'm talking from a very neutral. There's one in the border with Spain, but I don't really have the empirical experience. But so I was knowing Cornelia, knowing her work for me was shocking in a lot of ways. Also because of this political aspect, and I think calling attention to that is important. Even though I acknowledge your points and think it's really interesting to think about all these different perspectives and necessary as well. So I don't know if I answered.
I think that was a really good answer. We cannot deny the impact Chernobyl had on the people and, of course, the life and environment. Thank you. I think, unfortunately, that's all the time that we have for today's session. I really thank all the presenters for their engaging presentations and sharing. And we'll now hand over to the next session. Moderator, Mr. Eddie is on. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Where is that? Hello, everyone. That's excellent. Okay, yeah. Good morning. Let's proceed with the second session. It's been a very insightful morning so far. Yes. Just to double check, the three presenters for session 2 here in the chat. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Diana Carolina, are you there?
Oh, yeah, hello, I'm here. Can you see me?
Yeah, all right. Thank you so much. Hang on, just want to make sure everyone is here. And Dr. Jan Hendrik, is that how I pronounce your name, Dr. Jan?
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. I'm here too.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jan. And of course, last would be Cheng Yang. I think Miss Cheng Yang, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, wonderful. Then we will first begin. I will introduce the three members presenting today first. I'm so sure. Do I introduce all three members in one go or one before each session? One by one. Okay, all right. Then let's start with the first one for today, which is, I believe, is Dr. Diana or Diana?
Diana is fine.
Diana. All right, thank you. Yeah, so for Dr. Diana Carolina. Oh, yes. Yes, a PhD from, doctor from Pompeu Fabra University, Barcelona, right? Art as Research, Space, Sensations and Meaning. This paper discusses the speaker's artistic practice as research, advocating for socially committed inquiry that involves personal immersion in the territory. Rejecting impartial observation, it embraces embodied knowledge and the sensory experience of place. The speaker draws from their global experiences, emphasizing movement as a means of understanding and relating to the world. Utilizing geocratic methodologies, they aim to reshape emotional connections. You may present.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you so much for inviting me for this conference. It's a pleasure to be here sharing with you. And yeah, thank you a lot. So I'm going to start with my art as research, space, and meaning. Thanks, Daddy, for showing the slides. And well, I was saying that I always carry out my research studies in the field, like a geographer, developing field work. My projects are inseparable from the place and the people who live there. Therefore, I think more like an ethnologist and anthropologist by fully immersing myself in the communities where I live. The material I collect include facts, historical information, experiences, stories, conversations, or video recordings, photo recordings as well. And I always try to be part of the local neighborhood or village, to find a place within the group. And here it's important to develop the ability to listen to others and to be empathetic and curious about them, to develop trusting relationships and be accepted by the community. Then feel free to go on with the images while I speak. It's mainly images. There's some text also in some of them. You can leave them a bit longer. But yeah, feel free to show them as I talk. Please, thank you so much. So I use fieldwork to get to know the environment with which I interact, to articulate and order experiences, interpretations, feelings, and events, in an attempt to understand and analyze in a holistic way the socio-spatial phenomena that develop in a particular place. It is a fieldwork, I call it, and a fieldwork where I try to characterize the natural scenery, as well as the physical and human environment, obtaining a knowledge of the landscape and its configuration. In order to understand a space, I have never managed to do it only through bibliography or maps. I have always needed to experience it on the ground with my own body, in situ. The first look at the space, for me, it's intuitive, with the aim of apprehending it, of endowing it with meaning. I try not to ascribe myself to a prior external element that comes from Eurocentric narratives, those of my tradition, obviously, but that sometimes can foster images that do not conform to reality. So to this end, I distance myself from travel literature, which sometimes generates an ethnologic or geographic imaginary loaded with prejudices or exotism, from which I intend to free myself. I focus on a systematic and complex understanding of the environment, interested in what people who live there have to say, the societies that inhabit it and interact with the territory. So they give an identity to this territory that defines it. So it's what I'm interested in. Dandy, feel free to move the slides, please. So they're around 50, so there are a lot, so you can move them as I talk, please. So I would like to think that I incorporate the knowledge and perception of space of the people who really inhabit the space, listening to the knowledge of them. Although I'm also aware that in my position as a research artist, my academic artistic tradition will, to some extent, determine the results I obtain and also the processes I use. Likewise, I'm respectful and treat with great care the appropriation of cultural symbols that do not belong to me. So in my case, I work a lot in Latin America and in Mexico, and it's even more complex and delicate, as it presents many layers of territorialized identities. The social groups that have historically lived in the territory, the indigenous people that were there, and also those who later colonized the space, as are the Spanish people. So thanks to this continuous mobility, I use a geographic environment that defines and conditions my artistic creation. I consider that through the creative process, I can physically and symbolically transform the physical space and that of the human being, observing, evoking, and representing the landscapes that surround me. There is always an awareness of the continuous interaction between myself as observer, the spatial context, and the result of the result as it is the artistic work. Through creation, I try to show that a place is more than the stage for my actions. It is a space that is constructed through experience, from involvement and respect. So I spend a lot of time understanding it better, or trying to understand it better, studying its history, and familiarizing myself with the people and the events. I conceive the movement as territory, but also as an adventure driven by an ethical and aesthetical impulse. For my creative process, walking and standing still stimulates my thinking, trying never to take the same or the shortest routes in order to take and understand as much space as possible. I call this wandering like the situationists. It's like a floating observation, which is like going through the terrain without expectations in order to capture the relationships that exist around me. I'm interested in the creative process in the public space, the fact of taking the risk that anything can happen to me, and the adrenaline that generates. It's fascinating to work in an unpredictable way and sometimes in dangerous situations. I'm interested in the creative process in the public space. The fact of taking the risk that anything can happen, as I say. So I adapt the events and integrate them into what I'm doing. Public space, I consider they are not black canvases or white canvases. It is as if they are transformed during the photo performances I do. I think that in the long term, something of the place is transformed in a more subtle way, leaving a trace of that photo performance that goes on in the space. In some cases, the trace is more visible, with the image being engraved or stuck on the walls. Other times, it's something less tangible. It's like memory or a change in the way inhabitants look at the place when they pass by after the event of the photo performance has happened. So I would say that the space influences my work, but the work also has a certain impact on the space in which it's made, causing a transmutation, transforming the nature a little bit in a subtle way, transforming the nature of the place, even if it's almost imperceptible. Sometimes it can leave a specific memory in the space, as if the space remained haunted by a poetic filter that the work places on reality on a micro scale. The memory of the performance makes it as if the site were inhabited by a ghostly presence, which, like most of the ghosts, are transparent. You cannot see them. So it is important for me to claim the role of the body as an intermediary between my inner self and the environment, as the body is the main instrument in these photo performances. All these practices described require a body, a spontaneity, improvisation, adaptation, and exploration in the development of the creative process of performance. As in dance, similarly to dance, the body is the key tool, which implies a thinking, feeling of an idea and carrying it out physically, constructing a kind of body language. The strategy consists of putting the body, creating knowledge through it, mobilizing perception, activating sensitivity, generating aesthetic environments of affection, transporting memories and recollections to the present body, living them and not so much representing them. I thus propose to inhabit the body in a different way, transforming the space into a place, occupying it through poetic atmospheres, where I can evoke changes through an effective intersubjective communication, bringing out what has been lived without denying it, the materiality of the body. It is important for me to emphasize that working in dangerous areas, interactions with these places and people I encounter are not always easy. I should make it clear that a sense of place does not necessarily equate to a romantic experience, because as course of meaning, some places can generate horror or trauma or disgust. So some places ended up being hostile and traumatic for me because of the experience of violence I had on them. From my point of view, this responsibility has to be accepted and taken with courage. But when the reality is no longer bearable, it is time to consider withdrawing or ending project on that location. I've learned that no project is worth my life. So whether experiencing pleasure in the body or trauma, the feelings always connect me to a place. Through the photo performance, looking at it now, some years later, I can still experience and describe the emotion that I experienced in each place in the past. Even the bodily sensation I felt, everything that was happening in my body at that moment, it is a kind of psychosomatic memory. So I include and I place myself in the current called performative turn in the arts, which is an innovative and provocative way of understanding art, which connects me with the social through performance or through photo performance. The way I understand this discipline, and by extension the performative, is that of an interruption in the public space as something that breaks into the everyday life and confront people in order to put them into play. What is important for me is not only the ephemeral or presential character, but also how I use photography as a medium that records, creates, and shows these performances. So, as a conclusion, in performative creation, I consider a product of its own is generated, which emerges from a dialogue in intuition, the sensitive, space, time, bodily, and gestural tools that arise from theoretical and practical research, which includes the study of place and movement. This aesthetic I create, felt and sensitive communication, is defined by the body, by its expressiveness, by its perceptions, by the emotions generated together with others in relation to events, and by the symbolic construction made within creation. This highlights a creative process which transforms the actions that determine my work, my particular artistic style. The body unfolds from sensitivity, from sensations, to make of myself a friend that carries research, exploration, experimentation, creation, and presence in such a way that I'm an instrument and a creative artist in all the aspects that constitute the poetic and symbolic construction of the work produced. The everyday life offers me changing conditions that I stimulate my creativity, coming into contact with the outside world. Beyond the physical characteristics of a space, I'm interested mostly in its social, human, historical, political, rhythmic, atmospheric, and architectural dimensions. Through sensitivity, I perceive certain characteristics of the environment, giving more favor some over others, developing different strategies each time according to what I find in the space. So yeah, basically this is my presentation. We still have some images to see and the bibliography to share with you. So thanks so much for being there and sharing with me.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Diana. Let's proceed to the second session. Yes. All right. So here we have Dr. Jan Hendrik, all right, with the title Imprinting the Colonial Library, Rethinking Alternative Media Practices Through Creative Practice. This paper conducts exploration into knowledge production, intertwining print culture and digital technology through the lens of the colonial library concept. Rooted in interviews and speculative design, it questions how colonial legacies shape technological discourse. By exploring diverse case studies and interventions, it seeks to provoke critical reflection on decolonizing knowledge and technology, paving the way for alternative futures in contemporary art practices. Dr. Jan Hendrik, if you please.
Thank you. Welcome everyone. My name is Jan Bruggemeier. I hope you can hear me well. And do you see my slides? Because I can't see them shared on Teams, but I assume they are. At least Teams tells me. Yes. All right. Cool.
Okay.
All right. Well, before I begin. So my name is Jan Bruggemeier. I'm a lecturer at RMIT University in Melbourne, Australia. And RMIT University acknowledges the people of the Wurrung and Bunurong language group of the Eastern Kulin Nation, on whose unceded lands we conduct the business of the university. We respectfully acknowledge their ancestors and elders, past and present. We acknowledge that under the concrete and the asphalt around us, the land, sea, and waterways were and always will be the traditional lands of the First Nations people. I'm speaking to you from Wadawurrung country, bordering Skulutin country, and I want to acknowledge their ancestors, elders, past and present. What we see here is a Heidelberg Platen press or windmill press. This machine is currently owned by a communist cooperative, which I'm a member of, and it's located in our studio at Communist Press in North Coburg, Melbourne, Nam. And this type of printing is called letterpress, and which used to be the predominant way of how books were printed. And I will come back to that a little later, and I'll be talking about a creative practice example. What I want to talk about today is the concept of the colonial library, and as coined by Valentin Yves Mudimbi, and how it became the lens for my current research on rethinking alternative media practices, and to contextualize my own creative practice using speculative design interventions for creative community activation. And as I said, I will briefly talk about one practice example at the end of the presentation. Who's Mudimbi? Mudimbi is currently Professor Emeritus of Literature at Duke University and the author of several theoretical books, as well as novels. In 1988, he wrote The Invention of Africa, which he termed the concept of the colonial library. Africa as a concept has been invented in the archives of colonial modernity. The colonial library is a modern creation. It is no real physical location. The colonial library is an abstraction for the immense body of text and systems of representation that have over centuries invented and continue to invent Africa as a paradigm of difference. It is both an archival content as well as an epistemological configuration. And this will pop up a number of times in the presentation, and I do struggle a little bit with the correct pronunciation. Mudimbi, he classifies the colonial library into three categories, sort of emerging of the exotic texts in the 15th to 16th century, then the Enlightenment area in the 18th century, and the classification of difference and the hierarchy of knowledges, where sort of Africa as a savourity, and then 19th century, the anthropological search for primitivity. But he also brings to view a compelling paradox that the academic critique of colonialism within an Africanist discourse and its associated conceptual tools that are used to decolonize the production of knowledge remain rooted in Western norms, with the Western tradition of thought. Although great progress has been made in this area, it has yet to fully transcend the colonial library. Critics of Mudimbi would describe the concept of the colonial library as a depressing structural bind, leaving no differentiation between what is the original and what is the copy. On the other hand, proponents like Sabaru Way would stress that it is about an intellectual attitude, an exercise of permanent recommencement, a journey of perpetual return. And this somewhat circular or circling notion, one will come closer to the truth or epistemological origins of one's thinking as the colonial library was imprinted into the lives and biographies of the African diaspora. Mudimbi's own life being a case in point. So I believe that the colonial library offers important insights beyond Africanist discourse. I discovered it looking into the idea of cognitive empire, which is related to the discourse of the epistemology of the global south, particularly following Boaventura de Sousa Santos writing here. And as a metaphor, the library, it suggests that knowledge needs to be captured and disseminated through media, which can be books. And the historical connection between book printing and colonialism are obvious. Even the fact that the first movable type used for book printing was invented in what is today known as Korea, about 2 centuries before Gutenberg, remains more of an obscure footnote, and the dominant narrative is telling. Honing in on the present, there are continuous efforts to decolonize technology. I'm interested in the continuities and discontinuities between print and digital technologies. I personally was socialized with certain forms of independent media, alternative media work, and culminates in the online networks like indie media that are mostly defunct nowadays. However, the criticism leveled at many alternative media practices starting to use the internet in the 1990s, in my case, was that they were still part of the larger narrative of a sort of Western universalist worldview and the idea of historical progress, as well as the notion of counter-publics, the creation of counter-publics that still remain bound to a mainstream, locked into the same future trajectory. The work of the philosophical work of Jürg Ruiz, Cosmotechnics, summarized this criticism well in a very contemporary manner. In a similar vein, in speculative design practice or broader design work, it is about challenging Western understanding of modernist technological progress, the linear temporality, and to critique the role of the designer as someone, who provides solutions for such better, bright future in the name of progress. And this is where counterfactuality enters the picture. As a design method within speculative design, counterfactuality is about asking what if ... So, but instead of being turned towards the future, it is looking at the past. As Anne Light writes, it is a temporal device looking back at how something might have been but was not. It invites play with temporality and critiques cultural norms around future, as in being invested in the notion of historical progress, etc., etc. But it also brings to my mind Walter Benjamin's angel of history, and went on to further elaborate. In Benjamin's thesis on history, he states that history is about disappearance. Counterfactual design intervention about facilitating conversations in order to, by exploring different imagined paths and making a journey towards alternative present, we can set course toward different futures. That's a quote from Anne Light again. And by this, I hope I sort of made link back to the colonial library and Mudimbi's thinking. And I just want to spend the remaining time to briefly give a quick overview of the field interviews that I have conducted, part of this research project, which started with Adivasi Publishing in India. And then we moved, I interviewed Angie Abila about indigenous protocols for AI in Australia. And then spoke, for example, with Chris Dedecker from Low Tech Journal and the Solar Web Project and NetTime mailing list, which sort of predates the founding of Google, a mailing list for net criticism. And so it's, the transition from print into digital. It was interesting, for example, to see that in the Adivasi publishing space, one publisher was sort of looking for their community would prefer printed books or digital as a long-term investment and keeping their stories going as being a more accessible medium. And I'm not quite sure how much time is left. I'm sure not, so I might keep moving just to quickly talk about a practice example. So this is a seasonal calendar, and on the right you can see the Wurundjeri seasons out of the Eastern Kulin Nations here in Victoria, which are looking at the year in roughly around 7 seasons. And the bottom, you see an overview of the 24 seasons that were observed in Japan, which can be split into 72 micro-seasons. And the idea is that to print a season calendar that goes beyond the 4 seasons. And we're intending to commission artists to choose one season from one of the many different season systems and to observe the environmental changes that are associated with this season, and then have a whole year covered through different season systems that are around us. And so I have these everyday observations collated in one printed seasonal calendar, printed on these old Heidelberg press that I've shown at the beginning of the presentation. And maybe one last point I would like to end on, to also tie it back to alternative media practice, is that when using these old printing machines, and it's not just about a more time-intensive and slower process, but it also, I would emphasize the role of obsolete technology. And by becoming obsolete, the technology basically loses its commercial use scenario. It could be argued that only then it reaches its highest potential, because it's now free to be used for whatever you want it to be used for. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Han. Yan. Yes. Let's proceed with the next one, and then we can bring up the discussion. Ms. Cheng Yang?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Thank you so much. So, Ms. Cheng Yang, with topic of the article or discussion will be Listen with Incense Trees, Reinventing Multisensory Human-Plant Communication. In this paper, incense signifies agar wood, the essence of Hong Kong, or Hong Kong in this case, and a symbol of time and heritage. With agarwood trees dwindling due to illegal logging, the art-based exploration aims to unveil their stories and symbiosis with other species. Through field recordings, drawings, and data sonification, the research portrays the tree's soundscape and genetic diversity, fostering human-plant communication. The exhibition at, forgive me if I'm pronouncing this wrong, Karori Farm and Botanic Garden serves as both educational and reflective on nature-human relationships. Right. Thank you very much. Yang, you can proceed.
Thank you for your introduction. Hi, everyone. My name is Chen Yang, and me and Ryo Ikashiro are all from City University of Hong Kong. And now I'm a PhD student, and Dr. Ryo is an artist and assistant professor. And my title is Listen with Incense Trees, Reinventing Multisensory Human-Plant Communication. And today I'm going to talk about the background, motivation, and some theoretical concerns behind the 3 artworks in an ongoing research.
I was just reminded by my colleague here, do I have your consent to record this? Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry, yeah. Do I have your consent to record this? Record and live broadcast this presentation. My apologies. Is that okay?
Yes.
Yes, please. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry. Please continue.
behind the three artworks ongoing in Hong Kong due to the illegal logging is one motivation behind my project. And in the past year, I conducted many field work around the remaining incense trees at a botanic garden in Hong Kong. My methods involving like field recording, video shooting, and daily communication and learning with the botanists. The forms of my artwork includes the sounds, drawings, and DNA certification. By presenting this multisensory artwork, I aim to reshape our understanding of incense trees and re-examine the relationship between humans and nature. The artworks formed my solo exhibition in 2020 garden. Firstly, let me introduce what is incense trees and garwood, and what is their relationship with Hong Kong. A garwood is a fragrant resinous hardwood, which needs several years to produce by the wandering of incense trees. And this picture I took is on Lama Island, Hong Kong. This is an incense tree over 300 years old, but it was fenced off by iron fences for the protection of poachers. And a garwood is very expensive among the world, not just in China. And in China, there is the highest grade garwood's name is black gold. It can be valued up to $10,000 per kilogram. And gold can also be used in medicine, perfume, and religious significance. And Hong Kong, which was once an important export for garwood, Hong Kong in Chinese, its name is fragrant harbor, and the fragrant here referring to a garwood. But now the incense tree has been listed in the IUCN list of threatened species at the vulnerable level. There are some words to describe incense trees and garwood. The first is illegal, because the incense tree is getting Hong Kong is losing incense tree per year. So Hong Kong's government has taken action to protect the incense trees. We can see from this picture, the customs officers in Hong Kong discovered a young man carrying 4 kilograms of garwood. And the poachers involved in illegal logging of incense trees will be persecuted and jailed for up to 10 years. The second word is endangered. But the population, the decline of the population of trees also caused a huge loss of genetic diversity. So the scientists advising there is an immediate need for a conservation genetic study in Hong Kong to inform the future management plans about incense tree conservation. The third word is valuable. Because continued high cost of garwood and the garwood craze in China, a number of people make a living by seeking to profit from its trade. And most of the poachers come from the low-income group in China mainland. So this is a problem caused by the unequal distribution of social wealth. Therefore, the illegal logging is very difficult to put an end to. And besides that, the incense tree also has a spiritual desire and cultural value. The incense product, such as a garwood, is a material medium for interaction with the spiritual beings. And the incense is kept burning, describes the cultural continuity within local context in China. And it also represents the inheritance and continuation of the spirits of deities or the ancestors. So the current human ancestry communication based on the temptation of financial interests, and the human ancestry is the predator and the prey relationship. So I put forward a question: if the money value illegal and endangered shares of ancestries were removed, how many people would still recognize it or be willing to recognize it? In other words, how many people still want to attach great importance to ancestry if it is not endangered? So the aim of my art-based research is to reinvent human ancestry's communication, that is to let us understand the ancestry and rethink the relationship between humans, plants, and nature. I want to diffuse its existence value, that is to magnify the symbiosis of humans, ancestries, and other species, and highlight the importance of genetic diversity to the ancestry conservation, and highlight its responsibility to transmit our ancestral culture, which had lasted over 2,000 years. Such a presentation can be multisensory. Back to my title, Listen with Ancestries. And listen with in Chinese can be translated into Wen. Its original meaning is to hearing sound, but was later expanded to mean knowing information and distinguishing smells. So my artwork will include the visual elements, sound elements, and the flavor elements. The visual elements complement to the sounds, and I also use the visual to represent sound. And the sound includes the sound we can hear. The sound we can hear focus on the soundscape that contains the auditory context of the surroundings of the ancestries. And the sound we do not hear can be the temporary absent sound, which may be overlooked or almost imperceptible. That the sound may also occur through the synaptic reaction and memory simulation. And the sounds we cannot hear also includes the non-exist sounds that are not present in nature. I can explain this later in my artwork. And the flavor elements, because it's the smell of the incense is the figurative representation. Then I will talk about how I magnify the symbiosis of ancestries and other species. The artwork I created is the drawings with sound. I decided to use sound map to present this symbiosis. And a sound map is usually associated with an online graded map that users can click on locations to hear the sound recording of the physical environment. But because ancestry is protected by Hong Kong government, I cannot show their geographical location directly. So I decided to use the unconventional sound map. That is the graphic sound map. It involves and emphasizes graphic information to supply non-professionals to comprehend the sound with the aid of vision, and field recording also provides a compelling impression of what it might be like to be there. And the field recordings with the image can let us develop a sense of empathy with the ancestry in this map, as we assume the perspective of the ancestries being there, perceiving everything that they perceive. And also the drawings can let the audience hear the sound we do not hear. That is the ancestry's endeavor to establish their connection with the surrounding world. The visual elements of my 4 drawings are to deepen the narrative of the story behind the sound I already collected, and make these drawings audible. Such stories consist of this. The first picture shows the incense tree. The half of the trunk will be cut down, but it did not die. The new branches grew from the remaining parts. The second picture and the fourth picture shows the incense tree, although they haven't been damaged by human beings, but they were firmly surrounded by iron fences to prevent damage by poachers. But nevertheless, the fresh branches continue to extend through the interstices of the wire mesh. And whether it's the resistance to the thunderstorm, adaptation to the noise generated by human beings, or a renewal after being damaged or imprisoned, it's difficult to hear or record these sounds. So I hope the few viewers will hear these sounds can describe the incense tree endeavor to establish their connection with the surrounding world. And I pick the second drawing, describe the incense tree resistance to the thunderstorm, and I will play a short sound of this drawing. Okay, I will move to the genetic diversity. I want to highlight its importance. So my method is use DNA sonification. And first I will explain what is sonification. Sonification is to address something lacking a natural sonic reference point. And in sonification, the sound can be used as a media that explains the inaudible information, and some successful sonification examples showed it can let the scientists hear patterns in the data that may be missed through eyes and lead them to new insights. In Canaria Farm and Botanic Garden, the scientists also use DNA tools to understand incense trees' genetic diversity and ensure these species remains resilient in the face of both ongoing attack by poachers and other natural threats, such as the outbreaks of pests or climate change. And they collect the microsatellite data of incense trees around 2017. So this is the form shows part of the DNA data of incense trees. And in Chinese philosophy, harmony is dynamic and assumes differentiation, and harmony represents an ongoing process to achieve a more ideal state of symbiosis. Tensions or even conflicts may be encountered during this process. Although the Chinese have been using agave for more than 1,000 years, nowadays the reduction of incense trees is a conflict in the human-incense tree interaction. Such conflicts also lead to a large loss of genetic diversity. And the DNA of incense trees is similar to their unique identity card. I will take 20 incense trees DNA data to map them into different frequencies of sound waves and play these sounds through the buzzers. We can hear these natural-driven chorus. As each tree's genetic data differs, so each tree's sound will be different. The reason why I use DNA sonification because I want to let more audience to perceive the current genetic diversity through the data, not just present pure data. So I create this installation, the disharmony of harmony based on the genetic diversity. We can see from this picture, I use 20 buzzers to play 20 incense trees DNA data. It's because the DNA data is different, so it is the audible disharmony that reflects the current genetic diversity. What about like 10 years later or 20 years later or even 100 years later? What's the sound will be like? Maybe we can imagine it. And both the sound and the smell are embodied memories. I want to incorporate the assistance of fragrance to invoke our embodied memories. So when the listeners hear the DNA sonifications, they can also associate with memories of incense burning, such as the temples in Hong Kong. So I put this incense tower into this installation. I hope we can listen with the sound of incense trees with reverence for the deities, re-examine how our Chinese traditional culture interprets the relationship between humans and nature. And we can listen it now. I put a short sound here.
Chen Yang, sorry, you have 3 minutes left. Yeah, you have about 2 minutes left. Yeah.
Okay. And last, I'm going to introduce my third artwork that is about the incense cultural value, and I use incense jewelry. The act of burning incense in China may seem to result in the incense burning down to the ashes and falling into dust. However, within the flow of time, the incense culture acts as a growing tree taking root and gradually flourishing in our lives. So in the early stage of incense culture, we are faced with a blank canvas. But as time passes, it witnesses the birth of the incense burning, the emergence and use of agave wood. It seems that fragrance is continuously consumed through burning, and the incense culture has taken roots and flourished in our society like a growing tree. So what's the sound of time? It can be the rhythmic mechanical ticking of a clock. What about the smell of time? Because since ancient times, the incense product, like the incense stick or tower incense, is a time-keeping tool. So the smell of the incense can represent the smell of the time, and the shape of the time can also be the incense tree's root. I met a Hong Kong ancestry expert before. She told me that since the height of the ancestry's root corresponds to the height of the tree itself, although her statements haven't been verified by scientists, but I believe that even the roots of ancestry do not reach the height of their trunk with the incorporation of the incest culture. I think they can certainly surpass their original height. So I use incense burning. So I use the burning of the incense to create this artwork. Also, this is a video describe my creation. Yeah, I hope this artwork can let us take the responsibility to disseminate our incense culture and uphold its continuity. Yes, thank you. If you have any messages, you can visit our websites. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chen Yang. Yes, and of course, thank you very much to all three presenters, Dr. Diana Carolina, Dr. Jan Hendrik, and Chen Yang. All the presentations have been very insightful, very interesting. What a wonderful morning. First of all, I open questions to the floor. Do you have any questions? Yes, yes. You have a comment.
Hello, can I just check if everyone can hear me? Does it sound okay?
Should be okay. Hello, can everyone hear us? Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so thanks very much for the presentations. I think my question is for Cheng Yang actually. So because today our other presenters have talked a lot about the body-based performance in particular spaces and particular geographies, and I think Dr. Yan has also talked about ideas of using repurposing modern technologies as ways in a counterpoint to or reckoning with colonial modernity, which I think speaks a lot to Hong Kong's own history and situations. I'm curious on whether you see any resonances between what you're doing now and perhaps what the other presenters have also been speaking about, because I'm kind of seeing some potential ideas, resonances there, but I'm curious about what you think personally. Sorry, I hope that question makes sense.
I think what I'm doing now is want to let more people that can take action to protect the ancestries in Hong Kong, because there are now less than 300 wild ancestries left in Hong Kong. So if people like hiking in Hong Kong, if they found any incense trees, they can call to the government and let the government to do its protection, because like I showed before in the pictures, they put the iron fences surrounding the incense trees. It's very expensive. So I think the person's ability is limited. So so I think Hong Kong government should put more effort on the incense tree conservation, and besides the genetic study on incense trees in Hong Kong, it showed that the younger incense trees still remain the genetic diversity from the mature incense trees. So the younger incense tree, but the difficulty is to let the younger incense tree grow into the mature incense trees. So the botanists still need a lot of still need to put a lot of efforts on the genetic study on incense trees. And the incense culture, I'm also doing some field work about the incense culture in Hong Kong, because the traditional festivals in Hong Kong also include the incense burning, and the traditional the selection of the traditional festivals also are primarily determined by the changes in the climate, the weathers. So the traditional festival also shows symbiosis between human and nature. So next step, I will also do some recording and shoot some video about the traditional festivals in Hong Kong. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think we have time for just one more question. Oh, there's a comment? Sorry. Oh, okay. All right. All right. So can I have hang on, just no? Okay. All right. Yes. All right. Yeah. Before that, I just need to ask because we are a little bit over time, but because now it's lunch hour, so is it okay if we extend for say two more questions? Is it okay? All right. Okay. Thank you so much. All right. Yes. Yes.
Hi, I also have a question to Yang Chen. First of all, thank you so much for the exhibition. I'm based at Julie from University of Amsterdam, working on multi-species and tropical futurism. So your work also speaks a lot to me too. I'm curious about methodology, particularly, especially temporality. So for the DNA sonification you're doing, that's the age of the trees matters in terms of the sound presentation. Like in this case, I wonder like how long does the project take to map all these all these trees and turn into the sonic effect? Like does this time period also influence the final result too? Thank you.
Firstly, I want to say the DNA of incense tree is like they are unique identity cards. So the data will not affect by the trees. It's not depend on they are younger or mature. They are just the data. They are just the pure DNA data. Didn't represent their years or their how the trees look like. And I mapped the DNA data. They are like the numbers. I mapped them to notes inspired by the traditional Chinese music spectrum, the numbered musical notation. I get this data from the botanists in Cadaver and Botanic Garden. I asked them whether they have more data around 2024. They only collected data around 2017 because they collect data maybe around each 10 years. Yeah, I think I do this installation take me like 3 months to finish it. First is do some prototype about how to let the buzzers play at the same time. Then I put 20 buzzers together and use the Wi-Fi module, use the Max MSP to send the OSC messages to the Adreno and let them play at the same time. Yeah.
Any more questions for Dr. Yeah, yes, please.
Hello, my name is Isabel Deja. I'm from Singapore. I wanted to ask a question to you, Dr. The previous speaker. And it's regarding the mention at the very end of obsolete technology. And I wanted to hear a little bit more about your idea that once it's obsolete, that's when the technology can reach its highest potential. That was quite interesting comment.
Yes. Well, it's, what can I say? It's something we have been thinking about because we inherited these old presses, which I've shown, and we run a lot of work. It's a slower process, and it's very, everyone is used to digital, and it's already hard to explain that, you may only can print 1 to 2 colors, because everyone expects that, it would look like a JPEG image and that. But anyway, so in that sort of working with students, artists, we found that the slowness of the process is one thing to it, but it is also because these presses were all commercial, and we inherited from a printer who retired, and so he was still using them for his print business until years ago. But yeah, so the obsoleteness is a quality because it is free now. They're stranded assets, often former industrial epoch, and they're heavy and they take up a lot of space, which we have to pay in rent for. But other than that, it's sort of now the commercial demands are gone on them, and then it's really up to us what we want to do with them, and and the type of printing we want to do. I don't know if that really answers the question effectively, but that's sort of the idea. We did write a paper about that. I'm happy to send you a link. Send me an email. I can send you the link to the paper.
Thank you very much. On to the next question.
Yeah. Hi, Clarissa. Thank you very much, Jan, for your presentation. Just now on the colonial library, something of interest to me as well, because of my own interest between the intersection of intellectual history, colonial, decolonial, post-colonial histories, as well as cultures and book histories as well. I have actually 2 questions. I'll try and keep them short. The first one has to do with the idea of the digital technology, the concept they're actually using for examining this like print culture in this. I assume this is not necessarily just the Australian context, because you're actually looking at several cases. So I'm just curious as to whether you may have considered digital culture beyond the realm of, beyond the lens of the 20th century, thinking about the digital as what represents the digital in the pre-internet age, or maybe the pre-computer age as well, and how that kind of technology could have looked like even within this whole printing presses setup as well. And so not just thinking about printing presses in the sort of like European context, but thinking about other forms of replication as well as reproduction in terms of like in print culture. So I guess I'm trying to broaden how we think about print culture beyond the kind of like very narrow framework of very explicit printing presses. So that's the first question. And second one actually has to do with your selection of cases. So I'm very curious to understand what the process, what was the process behind the selection of the use cases that you have for this project.
All right. I think the second question is easier to answer than the first one, or quicker. And so the selection, okay. So I must admit that it's a bit of a bad research habit that I'm following a bit more like an organic approach. So the selection of case studies where I started with Adivasi printing in India, and then it kind of snowballed from there, basically, because the more than I sort of interviewed and looked into that, but I always wanted to have a number of international different case studies. So I just didn't want to limit to just Adivasi printing, particularly because I'm not there. I'm not part of the community. I don't live there, etc. So I was interested in comparing different media practices in a way, and there is a bit of this. There is a bit of this blending from everyone uses digital technology these days, even if you're printing paper books, you still have digital technology in there. But then the other digital practices, so the low-tech journal is a point in case, they do both. They do the sort of, but it's more about the relation, the role of technology, and basically alternative use cases of technology within the sort of dominant paradigm. So, printing Adivasi books with printing presses, which is, or using internet technology in a way that it's commonly not used. But that was my selection criteria to be. But the rest is pretty organic, I must admit, which is also a problem because now I'm sitting there and going through it and going like, what am I exactly doing, and what is the actual research question, which is exactly what I'm looking at the moment. And why these conferences are great, because they help trying to articulate that stuff. So the other question was very interesting. And if I understood it correctly, but I must admit that I had the feeling that you had some idea about it, and you probably would know more about it than I do, because if I summarize it correctly, you were talking about sort of the pre-internet digital technologies. And I'm not quite sure, I assume it might be something about, there's obviously algorithmic culture that goes, I don't know, 3,000 years back or whatever, which I'm also not, I don't really know that much about it, but I was assuming you're referring to that, which is a very interesting point. But I feel like you probably know more about it than I do. And I would like to sort of, with listening to your question, I had the feeling that you had something in mind. And maybe if you could share that might help me clarifying how I could answer the question, if that makes sense.
very quickly.
Okay. I probably cannot elaborate a lot more, but there were actually 2 points that came to mind when I was thinking about that. First is the idea of oral cultures and how they can actually get transcribed. And what are the ways of them getting transcribed, and probably in ways that do not necessarily fall into the traditions of looking at print culture or history. So that's one part. And the other one, actually, I was just thinking of a theorist, Goron Leroy, right? He was thinking in terms of what the digital actually means and what is the writing implement, and how the idea of digital is not just, oh, this is analog versus this is digital, but rather, for instance, the idea of knowledge being how discretized, the idea of knowledge being discretized, as well as what are the ways in which that particular information is being transmitted and conveyed. I mean, I can't say this in 1 minute, but these are the kind of 2 lines of thoughts that I actually have. There's actually an entire literature around the area. You can look up, like, for instance, how do you pronounce his name? André Goron Leroy. It's French name.
I'm not too familiar. I've heard the name. It would listen. I don't also want to take up too much time. This is I would love to continue the conversation because it is very interesting. I must say that I guess for me, I'm not so much interested in digital versus analog. That's true, and that's what I also mean. There are continuities and discontinuities. I think from where I come, where I sit, it is a bit more about access to machines, access to the means of production. And that's the interesting thing in a way. And that's coming from an independent publishing, independent media practice. So I don't really am too fussed about if it's radio or if it's Macedon or analog book printing, Riso printing or letterpress printing. That was a bit more, I guess that's more from a political angle, sort of access to the means of production. But going through that, you also then obviously I refer to that briefly. You still have the issue of the cognitive bias that sort of comes with that. But please, it would be great if you, I really like to continue the conversation. I don't want to take up too much time and keep you guys away from your lunch. But please feel free to send me an email. I don't know if the organizers can provide you with my email. Or I put it in the chat, or if you can see the chat. That would be because that's a very interesting question, and I'm sorry, I feel like I couldn't really say much, but I would like to learn more about it.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Dr. Jan Hendrik. I actually had a question for Dr. Diana, but for the interest of time, don't worry. I will not be able to ask. My sincerest apologies to Dr. Diana. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, he's already standing here. So, but please, everyone, could we have like a very quick photo session? May I please request everyone online to just very briefly turn on your camera if you so wish, and that's for us to have like a very quick photograph session to conclude the first session of the session one and session two. Yes, everyone, please.
You see it? Yes. Maybe all of you.
All of us come back. Oh, okay, all right. Yeah. Can I have the rest of the attendees to please move near the projector? Yes. Yes. Everyone behind me. Everyone behind me, except for me. Yes. Yeah. I think I will take a photograph. Yeah. Best photograph. Yeah. All right. Okay. So, try.
Come.
All right, smile. 1, 2, 3. Another one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, freestyle. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
A short break, a lunch break. Please do come back at 1 p.m. Okay, for the next session. 1 p.m. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, yes, we are setting up here still for. Give us a minute, yeah?
Yeah. So the meeting is it start from 1, right?
Yes, correct. We're still waiting for a few more. Then I'll let you know when we are starting.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Varun, are you here? Mr. Varun? Varun Iyer? Okay, yes, he's not here. Windsor Fang. Sorry if I mispronounced. Are you here? Windsor. Want to go? Yeah. You should call them. So do you I think you follow the maybe in the long road? Yeah, I think so.
Okay, all right, everyone. Sorry for the delay. Before we begin, may I check if the online attendees are here? Pu Miat Tue.
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. We have Amira Velda here physically, and Yamin Zhu.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. All right, I guess we should begin. Good afternoon and welcome everyone to the Asia Pacific Artistic Research Network APARN Symposium for 2024 with the theme Art as Research Methods for Synthetic Reasoning. I am Dr. Sharifah Nurliana Wafa, your chair or moderator for this session, which is Track 2, Theory C. And for this session, we will be hearing from 3 esteemed presenters. The first one is Pu Miat Tue, who will be presenting online. The second one is Amira Velda Priyono, who will be presenting physically. And finally, for this session, Yamin Zhu, who will be presenting online. So before we begin, I would like to remind all presenters, later please switch on your cameras during the presentation. And each presenter will have a total of 15 minutes. We can go maximum 20 minutes to talk about their work. So after all 3 presentations, we will open for a Q&A session. So for the attendees, please keep your question until after the presentation. For the presenters, the first presenter, Pu Miat Tue, do I have your permission to record and broadcast the session?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, so without further ado, I invite the first presenter, Pu Miat Tue, with a research title, Can Augmented Reality Serve as a Tool for Decolonization and Revolution? Analyzing the Curious Case of the Great Bell of Damaden. You may begin.
Hello, thank you for the introduction. If I may share my screen.
Yes.
Entire screen, just through a few steps. Perfect. I hope everybody can see my screen clearly. Hello. Thank you for your confirmation. Hello, everyone. I'm Pu Miat. I'm a curator and researcher from Myanmar, currently studying design in Thailand. And this is my topic, Can Augmented Reality Serve as a Tool for Decolonization and Revolution? I think this is going to be quite history and information-packed, but I'll try to be as speedy and clear as I can on the context. So, made in the Handawari dynasty. Moving on, we will look at some of the geolocations of the dynasty kingdoms and to understand a little bit about the conflict the bell is involved in, a victim of colonial violence, and now enshrined in political mysticism as an object of desire emerging from the Roman streams of military generals and cronies to return the land to peace and prosperity. This will examine whether the use of augmented reality technology can serve as a tool for building counter-narratives and decolonizing violent history. It is analyzing a work called And the Great Bell Tolls by 2 artists as part of an exhibition called Reimagine City, Reimagine Home, which I curated in 2022 and is still a continuing project till today. And it's about exploring the potential of AR to counteract sort of totalitarian narratives and how we can create a collective memory and engage in the interpretation of these narratives. In my presentation, we're going to look at the 4 main contexts. And I have to admit, my method for this study has probably been quite reversed because I didn't begin with the methodology to produce results, but I began with the artistic work. And this paper is sort of my reflection 3 years later, my way of contextualizing what it means and what it can be a model for the future. I think the medium with which I worked with AR technology that is hosted on social media platform, Instagram, it has really been a guideline to like look at the historical context I encounter while searching for the paper, which would not be possible if I didn't start asking the question of what did this work encounter, what was I distangling in the historical context, what meaning was I making through this, and what does the new knowledge looks like. So we're going to look at how is augmented reality used in decolonization, what is the Reimagined City exhibition about, and a little bit of historical account into the Dhammasedi Bell, and also to understand the modern issues of how the bell is tied into the Buddhist nationalistic agenda of the Myanmar military. I think this is a great sort of a depiction as to how decolonized knowledge system can be used with AR technology. If you're interested, I really recommend this paper. So, I mean, augmented reality is an enhanced version of reality created by the use of technology to overlay digital information on real life information. So this ability to overlay is, I think, is quite instrumental and central to the argument and the work of AR and decolonization. I think a great example, you probably do well online, that decolonizing memory AR drill by the Culture Assembly. For the city of Bristol, it really disentangle and shine a light on the history of the descendants of colonized population who are still suffering from systemic racism in Bristol. I think I quite like the expression that design studio used in their article. It says that the empathic qualities of AR lend itself to a creative trail that explore what it looks like and feels like to walk in another person's shoes to get to a place of reflection on our collective past. I think that's quite really important in working with decolonization. So if you're interested to see the work of Reimagined City on Instagram, you can probably scan it here and see it online. On the left side, it's a exhibition poster from 2022, a year after the military coup in Myanmar. The project wasn't conceptualized as a response to the coup itself, but it was sort of conceptualized for the digital mania of 2020 COVID restrictions and trying to find a new place. But it sort of coincided with the time we finally get the funding. In 2021, it becomes a part of digital activism, digital artistic resistance in Myanmar, where artists are using social media platforms for anonymity and freedom of expression, a better use after the coup. And by using AR technology and hosting the artworks on Instagram, for us, it was a cheap alternative way to host the public exhibitions when the actual space outside was dwindling due to the escalating situations. And we call it like a digital invasion of spaces, because through the AR, through the mobile phone, anybody can see the space, see your work inside their own spaces. And the curatorial concept is that we ask the participating artists to respond to the public spaces in Myanmar where they would like to see their works recite. And through AR, we're going to do it for them. And the protagonist of the work that this paper studied and the Great Bell Bulls responded to the intersection of the Bull River and Yangon River, where the Dhammasedi Bell was lost in 1608. So it was around 400 years ago. So we're probably going to time travel, and before that, sort of some images from the 2022 physical exhibitions. We call it Universe One. It has a lot of Japanese standard influences and about creating a new world where our artworks and exist freely. So this is how you would see the augmented reality artwork if you go to this QR code and scan it, and it will take you directly to the our work itself in our posted on our Instagram, and on the right side is the where we built the virtual reality space to host the work together with the audiovisual film you will see later. So I think of the political agendas of military today, and then sort of infested in the collective consciousness. So the artist's aim was to kind of reclaim it, and through AR and through sort of democratizing access to the work through AR, we're able to create our new knowledges. That was sort of a core idea behind it. I'll just sort of give a brief information here. Probably if I go too much into it, it would be too much. So this is what sort of the map of Myanmar looks like when the Dhammasedi bell was crafted. Its namesake belonged to the Mon King Dhammasedi, and it was a time when Burmese king and Mon kings were fighting. Mon King Dhammasedi was known to be a religious king who donated a lot of bells, a lot of readings for the spread of Buddhism in Myanmar. But I think in general historical accounts, he was sort of described as this religious man. But one interesting account by a Burmese American scholar described his efforts as a way to legitimize himself as the ruler of Myanmar because he wasn't born a royal himself. So I think from the concept of the bells of the political agendas were intertwined. The first encounter with the bell and the colonization was in 1608. So that was before the British arrived and colonized Myanmar. So this man here, called Philip de Brito, is the legacy of age of exploration, where European overseas expansion was happening for empire building, and he was involved as a mercenary in the wars of Burmese king, and then he himself conquered bustling port of Bago, and he started to rule as a governor. His reign was short, and he was sentenced to death a few years later. But during his short reign, he was the one who did the bell from the Shridagong Pagoda to turn it into cannons. So from that history, today, how is the bell looked at, and how is the history being told? So we don't have the object itself, we just have the mythology. To understand that a little bit, I have separated that into two parts as well, political camouflage and the concept of kings in making. So I think this is quite an interesting and funny picture to include that really illustrate the mythologies that the bell is situated in. So the man in the picture is a diver who has been diving into the Myanmar River a few times to search for the bell. And during the years, he started to claim that he had a relationship with this golden dragon king, and he was going to create some sort of partnerships and then try to recover the bell together, and they were trying to calculate an auspicious day together. So I think it was in 2024 that a newspaper put in an illustration of himself as a dragon protecting the bell. But this sort of mysticism counts that surrounds the bell was not only from this minor individuals. The search for the bell began around the 1980s, around 1987. It was the year 1 year before the infamous 1988 uprisings in Myanmar. The Japanese government was becoming less and less popular, and it was sort of used as a tactic to distract people from economic failures. And then, because of the uprising, it kind of got quiet. So photos of the uprising. And then in 1995, again, they started to invite foreign divers into the country, sort of the mythologies of the bell again, how the re-emergence of the bell would bring the land to peace and prosperity, and that peace and prosperity is very important for them. And in the next part, we're going to talk about it. So, like the activists were worried that this. The mythology of the crisis and the invitation of foreign collaboration and foreigners into the country is going to legitimize the violence that military is portraying. And inside the nation itself as well, it was a way of distracting the masses. So I think to look at what does peace and prosperity, returning to peace and prosperity mean, I look at the essay from Michael Gravers called Nationalism as Political Paranoia in Farmer. So in Buddhist cosmology, when a person accumulated enough karma by doing good deeds in the pagoda, they become sort of the ruler of the universe, or the Lord of karma, Lord of glory himself, and he had the right to become the king because he had more karma than other ordinary people. And so that's why in the Burmese history, even before the military himself, and perhaps the history of kingdoms as well, people were calling themselves Nilangs to legitimize their kinghood, and this cosmological ruler of the universe could legitimize themselves as the true rulers of Myanmar, even though they themselves might not be capable of doing such. So in such a way, the bell become an enigma, an object of desires from the military generals to cover up their feelings as a strategy against the populace to divert attention during political crises, and a sort of an ideological way to accumulate good karma, which in turn could prove to themselves and perhaps to contribute to the mythology that they themselves are the true rulers of Myanmar. So if you want to look at the audiovisual film of the work, you can go to scan this, and we'll take you directly to the new link. The reconstruction of the bell was from a historical account by U Chisanwen, who was distributing his theories on the locations and the structure of the bell around 2014. And the ambition of the artist in the statement state that people of power have struggled to establish the bell, and it was shrouded in the idea of rival ruler making Myanmar prosper. So Bell Tolls is an AR public installation which intends to reimagine the historical site of Yan River as a sacred place where the collective hope manifests, and to recreate and reclaim the treasure and give it back to the people, and not in sort of the minds of other imposing narratives by powerful people. So in the case of the city, the lost history is never properly recovered, and there's also a conflict in the community between Burma and Mooncricks, a mix of Dungeons and Dragons, and this perpetuates a circle of cultural erasure and marginalization.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you have 5 minutes left.
Oh yeah, thank you for reminding, which is a trait of colonialism. We're just, and nearing the end, so I'll just speak through the process. I think it's just sort of a parallel on what colonialism is, what decolonization do, and what can AR do. It can preserve and disseminate historical knowledge lost to colonial violence. And I think the use of the Instagram as a tool for knowledge dissemination as well. I mean, I do not like the fact that it's a capitalistic but at the same time, from a perspective of a curator who doesn't have much financial resources as well, it was a way of constructing collective memory away from colonial way of looking at objects, or nationalistic looking at objects, and what kind of knowledge can it produce through this. And I think it's also a question about accessibility as well, where as a curator or as a general populace of Myanmar, we, for example, the bell was lost due to a colonizer, and then the history of how it should be remembered is also in the, is depending on the military general, but then to the people who the works the heritage belong to, we're not able to produce any knowledge from it, and perhaps engaging with AR could be a way to produce new knowledges in this way. Yes, I think I'll just go through a few sentences about the precautions. In my exhibitions, I talk about how working with AR is being in an in-between space where bodies and materials stay in suspension between various planes and never truly becoming either one of them. And our AR works through your mobile phone, through Instagram, will infiltrate many places, but it will never materialize in physical reality. So this sort of a utopian dream can it really solve the problems of dystopian realities of decolonizations and the problem that Myanmar face today. But I think it does have a potential because as I said, most of the cultural artifacts are lost to conflict or in colonial museum, and its history, the history of Myanmar is still enshrouded in colonial scholarships. So this use of this technology and as this Bell as a model, it could be a way of narrating our own stories, and we could become active agents in inclusive representation of history and identity while disrupting existing power structures that try to dominate us. I think that's me, just a collection of words. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Punyat, for sharing about your work. Indeed, it's very interesting considering that you highlight the historical aspects of a very important artifact, belonging to the people of Myanmar, which was lost during colonization. Okay, so we'll keep all questions to the end of the session. So we'll now proceed to the second presenter, Ms. Amira Belda Priono, with her research title, The Future of War Photography with Technology in Southeast Asia. So we can record your session and the live streaming.
Oh, I don't need
Boleh,
to, boleh. Do we need to on the camera? Okay. Yeah. Hello everyone. Oh yeah. Oh. Sorry. Which one? How?
How to share?
everyone. Sorry for delay. My name is Amira Felda Priyono. You can just call me Felda. I'm an MA graduate student in Asian art histories at LaSalle College of the Arts, Singapore. I'm Indonesian but based in Singapore. So my core interest for art research is politics and war through photography as a media. And for this session, thank you so much for APARN to invite me. And actually, my original title is The Future of War Photography with Technology in Southeast Asia, but there are a lot of things changed due because of the content and the context that I want to discuss. But it's not doesn't mean that it's completely changed the whole research. So I already modified the title into content and disinformation, lessons from history, photography, and AI, which is the same research sample with a video depict of Suharto, the second president of the Republic of Indonesia. So this maybe you can go to the next slide. So this is the video that I want to do the research. It's a video depict uploaded by a party representative of Golkar or Golongan Karya, in English translated the Party of Functional Group. So it was uploaded on one of the representative of the political representative on 8 January 2024. So he used a depict of Suharto. Maybe you can play if it's possible.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Pada 14 Februari 2024, kita akan berkumpul untuk menentukan nasib bangsa kita. Kita akan memilih wakil rakyat yang memiliki kemampuan untuk mendengar dan mewujudkan aspirasi masyarakat. Saya, Presiden Soeharto, Presiden Indonesia yang kedua, mengajak Anda untuk memilih wakil rakyat dari Golkar yang bisa melanjutkan mimpi saya tentang kemajuan Indonesia. Sejak saya menjabat, impian saya adalah membangun Indonesia yang maju dan sejahtera. Impian itu diwujudkan melalui pembangunan infrastruktur seperti jalan tol dan bendungan bersama para insinyur Indonesia yang hebat. Presiden Jokowi dan Presiden Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono telah melanjutkan pekerjaan penting ini. Bukti bahwa mimpi kita tidak pernah padam, terus menyala dari generasi ke generasi. Edukasi sebagai kunci utama pembangunan bangsa telah saya wujudkan melalui ribuan STMPS. Komitmen ini harus terus berkembang. Saya bermimpi tentang sekolah-sekolah AI dan keamanan siber yang modern. Tempat anak-anak Indonesia dapat belajar menjadi pemimpin di dunia teknologi. Saya bermimpi tidak ada lagi rakyat yang kelaparan. Harga sembako stabil.
Okay, the total of the video is for 3 minutes, and the reaction is quite intense. So unfortunately for YouTube, he activated on YouTube Children, so people cannot comment. But he also uploaded on Facebook the appreciation of Suharto, and they show support for the selected candidate of Indonesian Republic, which we already know who's the winner of the election. And I must say, when I saw the debate video, it's a bit shocking because debate can completely make people deceive people into a life. So at the same time, I personally completely concerned how young generation or generation of today understanding Indonesian history itself, and how about the art can act to share about the Indonesian history, especially in Suharto ruled country, because he ruled for 32 years, which it's very long for Indonesian to remember. I mean, Suharto, what did he do already completely shaped Indonesians until today. And as this party previously endorsed Suharto for 32 years during his presidency, I completely question how the understanding people about the history itself, and what can art do, especially in photography. And so far, there are a lot of Indonesian contemporary artists who already put effort for expressing their concern about May riots or new order and the old order during Suharto presidency. And this one already translated to English. Maybe on the next slide. Yeah. And like he mentioned joke some of president, but only select president like Jokowi, Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, but he didn't mention other president after him. Also, he mentioned several education, AI, and cybersecurity, which means he passed away in 2008, which we never know. He will never know what will happen today and in his future after his pass. So logically, it doesn't make sense because because he never know, and the person who created the debate created the narrative conference. But also the question: how come some Indonesians who already watch the video already got the illusion and deceived message and made them to vote for certain party and selected candidates? And yeah, here's the trigger. So, okay, we all know that Suharto is one of the iconic figure of Indonesian government system. So, it can be amaze people, and maybe people already feel that connect with Suharto with fake news or false information about Suharto, and it can be another manipulation. So defect also part of manipulation by the narrative, and people already change the perspective that Suharto is not as bad as people think, and or maybe Suharto is actually a victim instead of being a dictator. So there are already narrative during the election, which that's I mean, this party representative is not the only one who do the political propaganda to promote the selected party. And yeah, so and the narrative for the happen is part of successful political propaganda. Oh, sorry, next slide, please. Yeah, and so and for 32 years, it's been a popular memory that already documented through photography, especially for photojournalism, which especially for May riots or previous incidents that happened in Indonesia. And maybe some of us saw this photojournalism during the incidents through newspapers or maybe a TV or any bulletins. But how art can expand this perspective into artwork, I will explain for one of the Indonesian artist example. And the relationship between photography, history, and memory in portraying the truth is like you, as a viewer of the present, photography always bring you for the past moment with the caption that remembers you what happened in the past and question what happened the incident back then. So the photography help you to can be answer the question that maybe confuse us to make a clear explanation about certain events, and also and the deepfake itself. Deepfake, there are a lot of types of deepfake, even images, voice cloning, video. But so far, according to Helmut, video is more convincing instead of text, because video can, because back again, the iconic figure syndrome is because it's easy to create with AI because people already know this person. People already recognize their voice, their face. So it's easy to manipulate instead of non-famous people. So that's also the dangers. It can be convincing that people want to see the person in real life, want to see their voice, even they never know how the people looks like. And art as alternative. If another thing that I concern is recently nowadays we always see something in short span attention, like TikTok, Instagram Reels, maybe YouTube in shorts, and which at the same time that can lose our focus to read or see something in long term. So that's also the concern when we learn history, because we cannot learn history in short term, and that's also the reason why it can be a danger. We cannot try to get again our old habit into get used to for old habit, long span attention. So okay, yeah, the politics in artistic practice. So one of the artists is like the new art movement or gerakan seni rupa baru. One of them is Afek Saxono, Heri Dono, Sem Sarsia, Anjing Pangkat, and many more. But because we are talking about photography, I will bring Afek Harsono photographic works. He is Indonesian artist based in Jogja, and so you can go to the next slide. And this is one of the example of his works, in photographic works, like Republic Indo Chaos. So you can see that some of the photographs came from photojournalism, very popular that people can find in many newspapers. And the most of one is Suharto's official portrait that usually we can find in schools or maybe offices, and because it looks like stamp, and it was 1998 when we used to send message with letters and stamp, and it's like to show the iconic things that we know about certain places, like maybe usually for stamp LCC or TL Tower, but because it was created in 1998, the only thing we can remember is the chaos that happened in Indonesia. So that's why Afek Suharno used the photojournalism with some of edits. I don't say it's manipulation, but it's more like more edits to show the chaos that happened in that time. Okay, so what happened to the regime? Yeah, he was resigned in 21st of May 1998, and it already caused many things like Chinese-Indonesian hatred. Like Afek Suharno is Indonesian Chinese and had so many challenges between his family and question about his identity. And even now we already enter through reformation. The absolute election still happen until now, but the value of Indonesian politics, it still needs to be questioned because some of people still support Suharto itself. And yeah, that's why I think I must say the generation who active in active in criticizing Suharto era is still active to criticize the recent government. But I wonder what about there's a moment I wonder about the generations of now, that this kind of situation is actually still happen with this. And this is part of the photographs, the photograph example of 31st May, 14 May 98, the riot happened. This one from Tempo. And this one, the peak. Yeah, and the second one, that's the peak of the riots when those all students, Indonesian students across, I think not across, but most of Indonesian students in Indonesia go to the parliament buildings to ask resignation of Suharto. And just after that, he decided to resign. Okay, and now deepfakes is the trustworthy and authorization and authenticity from each institution. So because of this deepfake, this question how valid the history it is and how valid the statement created by certain individual. So it also the question of the education of history in Indonesia, because there are some issues that history will be erased by the recent Ministry of Education, and there are so many rumors that some contents of history will be reduced. So it will be a challenge for the younger generation in understanding history and suspicion between one another. So if people create this statement, people can easily to make suspicious. If I make this kind of statement, people also think that I'm part of this kind of party or part of this kind of group. So this can be trustworthy become lower or maybe none at all. And the reconstitution and recreation of memory. So people is the reaction that we could see on the comments. It's actually already reconstitution and recreated the memory that actually Suharto is not that bad, or maybe actually Suharto is actually a victim. So it's already reconstituted. So how people can resist the memory itself? I mean, as an individual, we cannot keep the memory alive until we die. So that's why there are a lot of alternatives by what maybe creating an artwork or maybe writing something about history that based on our experience, and people interview is also important. But at the same time, we need to know the initiative. Does the initiative to educate people or want to manipulate people or making another illusion? So it also depends on the intention itself. So so the alternative is still we cannot just I know we cannot just rely to history education at school, but art can be as an alternative for better understanding about history, because people's experience is very valuable, and at the same time there's a need to modify the content of history or maybe expand, because we cannot rely on one sources and based on people's experience, based on the new findings in certain places. I mean, Indonesia is so big, not only in Java, because there's the power of Java centric. For me personally, it's still strong. So there still need to do more research about the history, or maybe try to put the development for the history itself, and for the causes of AI. It can be happen not only in Indonesia, but it can be for other countries in Southeast Asia. The political propaganda through social media, like the Philippines previously, and maybe in another country itself, and how we can put the
for the future about their history. Yeah, and then it goes back to what you mentioned. What are the aims actually? Is it to educate or is it to currently manipulate information? Okay, so hopefully that will be important discussion that we have later on. Yeah. All right, so we will move on to the final presenter for this hour, Yang Zhu from Bowling Green State University, with the research title Synthesis Emotions in Interactive Installation.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for providing this opportunity. How many minutes do I have?
15 minutes. We could go maximum 20.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen first. Share my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. From beginning. So, are you able to see my PowerPoint?
Yes, yes.
Okay, cool. Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Yamin. I'm from Bowling Green State University. I'm assistant professor. I teach 3D animation, 3D modeling, physical computing, and coding, all this kind of art with technology. So today I want to share some of my research about emotions, especially how do we utilize emotion in interactive installation. Let's go to the next page. Okay, so first, let's take a look at what is interactive installation. This is a typical diagram of the physical computing. So basically, we have a system. The installation, the device actually has sensors to sense the environment, the data from the environment. And also the computer, normally it could be a Arduino microcontroller or maybe a better fancy high-power computer to process all the data and then send the data, send the result to the actuator to give a feedback to the physical world. And our like human beings, us, actually in the real world will respond to this loop. So basically, this computing idea create a loop between machine and humans. Let's take a look about a real example of installation. So this one from Daniel Rosen is a very famous piece, wooden mirror. So if we look at the piece, we think about the factors of aesthetics. What elements contribute to the artwork? We can think about the color, the texture, the shape, the materiality, right? All this design, all this kind of beautiful work. But so if the piece is interactive, we also think about the motion, the response, and the behaviors. So how the art piece interact with people is also a very important factor. Um, Personally, for my research, I am interested in the emotional experience during the interaction with the artwork. So in the Vasily Kandakis book, concerning the spiritual in art, he described the powerful emotional experience brought about by different visual elements. So all these kind of colors, shapes, lines conveys the emotions. And actually, he experienced all these emotions during the creation process. So we all believe the art is an experience. It's the mental experience, emotional experience. However, look at this image. This is from the movie Matrix. The Neo has all these wires, cables, pipes connect to the body, connect to the brain, and all this virtual data, the virtual world, directly feed into the brain and to create the illusion of the real world. So if the art is a emotional experience, if art is a mental emotional experience, and the machine that produce this experience be called art. The next question is, can the process of creating art be the process of building a machine? Definitely the machine is an emotional machine, or at least it can provide the emotional experience. So for example, if we put the data of art into this machine, into this new machine, can the Neo experience the art? So this is not an easy question. I struggled with this statement for a long time. Um, can the machine create emotional experience? So first, let's take a look about the Turing test. We can find some answer from some keys from the Turing test. Okay, So now the question is, can machine has emotional capabilities? If the machine cannot have this ability, we probably won't be able to build this kind of machine to provide mental or emotional experience. So okay, here the Turing test. The Turing test, the Turing test tests whether the other party, the other side, is a human or a machine through a dialogue. So if there's a type machine, just type some text to other side. If the tester cannot determine, then we can conclude that the machine has intelligence. So if this guy can do emotional machines, so okay, what we learn from the Turing test? Does the machine that can provide emotional interaction need actually experience or understanding of emotions? So why the idea that the machine has subjective feelings implies consciousness? This question itself is controversial. It's too complicated. We probably need to spend a year to debate, to discuss about this problem, this question. However, from the artist's perspective, whether a machine can understand emotion is not important. Rather, the focus is on the machine's ability to demonstrate emotional capabilities, even though the machine itself doesn't understand, so doesn't know it. Yeah, this is what we learned from Turing test, because Turing test doesn't say anything about the machine must have the ability or must have the function or organs mechanisms that can generate the intelligence. So if we feel the machine has intelligence, we believe it has intelligence. So the same way we can think about, if we feel the machine can respond to our emotions, we think the machine has emotions. Okay. So art is a process of perception, such as seeing, touching, feeling, and understanding, representing what we have seen, we have learned from the nature. So based on research of cognitive psychology and robotics, our goal is to design a mechanism that combined of all this kind of perception, the decision making, and the expression to conceptualize machines with these properties as an indistinguishable elements to design the art machine, so that can provide emotional interaction. So, for example, this image I created this image. So to mimic the human cognition process to apply emotional ability to machine. So we have our eye, we can see, our brain can think, then we can give a response to what we have seen, sense. The machine can be a similar way, so it has perception units and make decisions and finally express itself. And then the whole world, the machine and the human, these two pieces interact together, finally create this society. Okay. Okay, so first let's take a look about the perception. The sensors with the pattern recognition enable the our installation to understand expressions, audio, poster. Perception describe the processing of abstract signals from sensors such as facial recognition, include the compressing of high-dimensional signals into low-dimensional signals. And then in our study of the mechanism of perceptions and the neural networks, we have felt different emotions such as computation, repression, passion, and calmness. So the process of back propagation seems to be similar to a form of introspection of ourself, the inner think. So we can take a look at this image here. this one is from the cognitive psychology, and this one is from the artificial intelligence study of the AI about the convolution network. So we through this study we can mimic the human's perception. So this is the example of how we utilize all this kind of technology into the installation. So let me try to play the animation. Are you able to see the animation smoothly?
Yes.
Okay. So this part is the facial expression recognition. You see the robots try to understand the emotions. So we consider this part is the perception part. Okay. We can also connect the sensors to our body to directly get the bio signal, and you also use all these kind of bio signals to affect the mood, the emotion of the robots. So when my heart rate become faster, the robot become more excited. Okay. And this part is let me move over here. Oops. No, that's this one. Sorry. I think this one. Good. Yeah, this is how the robot is mounted on the body of the humans, and how the robot responds to people's dialogue communication. Okay. So the reaction. So how do we simulate the human mood? How do we synthesize the emotions? So basically, we create, we study from the cognitive psychology, especially some models from such as the PAD model, and also we built the perceptrons to simulate the input and output and the relation between the different signals. So one thing I will have a lot of time just to show this quickly. One thing that's very interesting is if we change some parameters of this equation, we change the slopes of the curve, we can change the personality. For example, we can define the personality to make the installation more excited or peaceful, or sometimes it's just easy to be angry. And all this from our study from about the human psychology or computational psychology. And also from the Marvin Minsky's book, so he pointed that the emotional activities is not singular data mapping. So rather it arises from the activations of some regions with the brain while others are inhibited. So inspired by this insight, we employ perceptrons to simulate this process. So each perception presents a simple emotion, and then we multiply them together, we connect them together, so we build this kind of complicated emotion response. So now we talk about the expression. When we have the perception, we can feel, and then we have the emotional response. How can the interactive installation express itself? So the first, let's take a look about the Pixar Disney's animation. So movement can express emotions. For example, this Pixar lamp, although the lamp has no facial expression, its movement, its motion can express emotions fully. So, and then the challenge is it's not like animation is easy, because the challenge is in the interactive installation, we cannot break animation. So we have to find a way to generate all these kind of emotions in real time. So this is the example of my.
Sorry, it's already 50 minutes. Perhaps you could wrap up in a few more minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is how this lamp response. Okay, so this is directly following the perception. In this project, I didn't apply any emotional units in it. It's directly output synthesize the emotion to respond to the input. And then after we could do more complicated simulation. Okay, I'm going to just jump off this one. So let's talk about how do we study from the Disney's animation. So we all know the follow through overlapping, right? And then we can create similar filters to create the we can create the algorithm, the filters to simulate the similar animation. So for example, if we look at this one, this is a process how this simple poses can be rendered or shaped by the filter to create complicated motions. Okay, so finally, let me just go to here to show the example. Here, go. Okay. So this is the example we utilize all the studies about psychology and put this in the installation. So this robot tried to find the people in the crowd and then capture the facial images, compare to the database. Okay, so the robot move the head and try to find people in, and then take picture, compare to the database. The database actually is a pioneer of computer graphics. The robot was made for the show last year in LA for the SIGGRAPH 50 year celebration. So all these images in the background are pioneers of SIGGRAPH, SIGGRAPH pioneers about the computer graphics. And then when the robot find the person compared to the database, and then find the most similar pioneer, we have learned about emotion synthesized to the robots and to create a kind of interactive installation. So let me just jump it quickly. So one thing I want to mention is it doesn't have to be all about robots. It can be video installation because the expression can be physical, can be tangible, but also can be digital. So for example, this installation shows the computational psychology applied to the avatars, the virtual bodies. And then when we have when the audience come to the installation, the camera can sense people's emotion, and then it can play the different type of videos to show the emotion of the AI. And also these two virtual digital character also can compete to each other based on their own emotion states. I can see here. Look at him, angry. Okay, so the same way we applied the same way to do the facial expression and all this kind of synthetic psychology stuff. So I don't have time, so I have to go fast. I just jump to the final conclusion here. Okay, so finally, I want to give a solution. From my perspective, I believe art is the machine. So if we agree art is the machine, then the question would be, or maybe the future discussion, the mechanistic process of making this art. And then the next one would be what is the functionalities of art as a machine, and maybe theoretical framework of the post physical computing era, because we are beyond the computing. We have AI, we have the facial recognition, we have the neural networks, we have the ChatGPT, all this kind of new technology. How do we use all these new toys to upgrade?
Okay, Yamingzu, so sorry, but your turn is up.
Okay, thank you very much. So
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Indeed, it's a very interesting research, and that is where we're now. Yeah, it's no more about robots per se. It's all about understanding human emotions. Thank you so much to all presenters. Unfortunately, due to the time limitation, we are not able to take any questions for now. But if you would like to drop them in the chat box, and perhaps the presenters could also reply in the chat box. Yeah. I will now pass to the next session. So to those who attended the session from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m., thank you so much for coming. So hopefully you'll be able to.
In the interest of time, I will jump into it. So I'm going to follow the order of speakers as listed here. The first would be first one would be Andrew Stiff, second would be Isabel Drew, and third would be Rob. So just two housekeeping rules. First one, if any of you does not consent, your videographer will pause that. Okay, so if you do not say anything, we'll take it as consent that you're okay with it. So that's the first thing. Second thing, also in the interest of time and to facilitate more discussions and Q&A, if possible, please try to keep your presentations to 15 minutes. I'll warn you when we get to 15 minutes, you can exceed, but if you exceed, it means there's no time for Q&A. So these are two things. So I'm not going to waste any more time, so I will start now with Andrew for RMIT Vietnam.
Okay, yeah, my name is Andy Stiff. I'm from RMIT Vietnam. I'm going to talk about a project that I've been working on over the last 2 years, I guess. RMIT Vietnam joined River Cities Network, which is a global network of mainly educational institutions looking at rivers, urban rivers, and looking at what their status is. So we chose a canal that sits between District 4 and District 7 in Beijing cities, very small canal, and that became the focus of our study. So my work, my training is, I studied painting, but I did my PhD in architecture and urbanism at RMIT. And I'm a filmmaker, so I'm pretty multidisciplinary in that sense. My interests are really looking at how we can use media to kind of explore the spaces we create. And I've sort of, over the period of doing my PhD and subsequently in my creative practice, I've kind of developed a methodology. The focus is around the notion of how we go about filming, how we then treat that film process, and then obviously the dissemination of that process. And my real focus is sort of shifted more towards looking at our kind of sensory responses to place. So actually how we feel places as opposed to kind of documentary analysis of place. So as I said, this is the canal that we I film in, as you can see, it's kind of got various kind of states around it. There's kind of luxury apartments through to where kind of migrant and undocumented workers are living on the edge of the canal. They tend to be dismissed as being slums, and I suppose they're not particularly luxurious, but I do find that terminology a little bit demeaning, and these are people's homes. But my objective when I go out filming as the first part of the process is not to actually just go out and film, but I actually spend a lot of time just walking around, engaging in the community, in coffee shops. There's a kind of a floating market that exists on this canal. So I spend a lot of time just immersing myself into the context, into the environment. And then my methodology is a response to that, really. My methodology develops out of what I encounter when I'm there in situ, when I'm in the place. And so I kind of see it more being intuitive. It kind of responds to my experiences of being in place. And I guess the impact of that process is really then beginning to look at how I develop a set of detailed observations. But as I say, they're observations that aren't based on documenting kind of indexical images of the canal. They're kind of much more sensory, as we'll see as we move forward. So the main part after filming, when I'll go, I mean, just to explain a little bit of my filming process. My filming process is by curation. So I take very long, static shots when not much happens. There's actually two ways I run. I also, when I'm working more in streets and the alleyways in Ho Chi Minh City, I also film long duration shots where I'm actually walking through. So there's kind of two ways in which I film. But I find these long durational shots valuable because I find that then the place begins to reveal itself rather than me making predictions or assumptions about what it is that I'm filming. By just filming the place, I let the place speak. So my main focus is on the techniques I use. So I use a set of techniques. As I said, again, my background is painting, so I'm not really that comfortable with doing everything digitally, even though the whole medium is actually digital. So I work with layers, and I don't use filters other than a blur filter, which I'll use either be a Gaussian blur or a focus blur. But everything else is sort of kind of structured. It's crafted in a sense, in the way that you would as if you were painting. So I'd use layers as a way to kind of build up color and various distinctions. And the idea of this is that then it creates a sort of transformation. So really what I then present as a finished post-production output is a kind of a sensory response to my experience. I'll go and film the same place many times, and perhaps will have different treatments of the way that I will treat the place, because dependent on my experience at that particular moment in time. So I've just got some little clips here, which I think will, they play. So this is one of the first films. There is audio, but I took it off on this. It's too distracting. But this is one of the first films I made when we first started looking at the working in this network. But my other colleagues tend to be more anthropologically orientated, so they're more interested in communities and measuring, surveying, and counting people, whereas I'm much more interested in this kind of experience of place. This is another type of film again. As you can see, it's very heavily layered, and these films can be built up. I mean, some films I've made are built up with between 20 and 30 layers, overlaying film on top of each other and tweaking each layer. This I think is sort of maybe four 4 layers. I tweak the tempo to give it a bit of. I find that if I actually slow down the footage, it tends to reveal more. And this revealing process is a bit that's really interesting for me. So this is a piece of footage which I captured just some parts of the canal just moving in front of me. And by putting this kind of sort of lengthways kind of focus blur on it, I kind of noticed that a lot more detailed stuff to emerge to me as I was doing, even to the point that you may not see it on this, but you can see 2 small fish swimming across the screen, which obviously didn't see it when I was there in a live context, and is something that I kind of find quite interesting, that these things happen or reveal themselves after through a post-production process. So it shows that post-production is not just making something look nice, it has a value in understanding how we observe and see the environments around us. So that leads me to the dissemination. The dissemination of the work is obviously kind of fairly critical. I mean, if you're a creative practitioner, you want people to be able to look at your work. I also use all the obvious mediums like Vimeo and I had a lot of photography into things like Instagram and stuff. But this is an exhibition that I had a few weeks back. It was with my colleagues. So this whole project came out of the funded, our MIT funded project as part of the River Cities Network. And we put together this exhibition at the end of it. And basically what it was is that my creative practice is very interested in taking still images out of the video and working with those as still images. I'm kind of fascinated the difference between when you take a photograph and when you take a still from a video, just in terms that somehow that there's a kind of an essence of movement that's contained within a still from a video, that even though a still photograph that actually has movement in it doesn't have that same kind of quality. So I kind of quite like that. So what I did is I took take photographs out and built a series of augmented reality installations. I built a whole queue, and then we used some Lumini students and my colleague that I was on this project with, Becky. We made some augmented reality installations. And the idea about these was, so the idea of this long image is that because obviously we couldn't take people to the canal to do it, it was in an exhibition, so we thought we'd make the canal by making this 5-meter long image based on images from the canal. And then the augmented reality kind of plays on top. So I use Spark AR, which is very limiting in terms of its capacity, but it also means that it's much more easier for people to look at. So people come to the exhibition can just access it through Facebook and able to access these ARs. And I like to make the ARs really big. So I like the idea that you can actually walk through the AR rather than being just, the usual kind of object sitting on a table. So it becomes much more spatial and immersive. And there was a whole series of these, all based on the films that I made, taking stills out of the film. So it was like a post-production on a post-production. And then one area which is being developed at this moment in time, that we're having a few problems with Figshare, but we're developing an archive. So for me, one of the critical things about this is that anything that I make, the reason I'm making this work is to generate some kind of impact. And for me, the impact is taking something which is very ordinary, like very ordinary spaces of the city around the canal, which are kind of very easily dismissed by the sort of government and authority, but also property developers just see it as being, well, we can demolish that, we'll build a nice block of luxury apartments overlooking the canal. So it's an area which is under threat, but it's also an area that doesn't have any natural heritage other than the descended from migrants from the Mekong Delta. So there's a kind of heritage there, but it's a very tacit heritage. It's a very localized heritage. So the archive for me is a mechanism, a way of giving back to the community the value, or increasing the value of where they live, not in economic terms, but in terms of cultural terms, in terms of it sort of becoming a kind of a future heritage, as it were. But it also means that it gives the work back to Vietnamese people, and because it's an open access archive and available to everyone when it's having some problems trying to get the data in. So to conclude, my main project is really about unveiling the everyday experiences. In the context of this symposium, for me, the big takeaway would be this idea of the methodology is something that emerges through the practice, rather than a methodology that is predetermined and applied. So I have certain methods which I kind of stick to and work with, but the ways in which I apply those methods and the combination of those methods is very much a response to my experience of being in the environment. And as I said, my impact really is to kind of feed this back to the community. And by doing that, it increases the kind of, for me, the cultural value of this place, which hopefully then makes the people in power kind of question the role of just giving everything over to developers who will build luxury apartments which are not intended for the people that live there currently. And that's my presentation.
Okay. Okay, excellent. Is now 5 minutes to 15. I will do this now to help. And 15 minutes, my phone will ring.
I'm actually, putting it. So yes, hello, and thank you for having me here. It's a very exciting conference so far. I find a lot of resonance as an independent artist. I'm actually affiliated with the Institute of Necessary Research, but which is an international institute, but it really means that I'm very independent. I'm based in Singapore. I have been based in Singapore for the past 25 years. And while we come to my presentation, I can tell you some things about my background because it informs very much my practice and my methods. And I'm originally a scientist. I have worked in the lab as a molecular biologist, and I used to ask questions like, how does a single cell become a complex organized embryo? So I have big questions. It's not about solving cancer, but it is very big questions, which in the lab, using very expensive and high-tech equipment, we break down into very small questions and we address tiny questions. What I found when I was in the lab very often was that actually I was getting lost in the tiny, minute details of what I was doing on the bench and losing focus of the large question. So this is one of the things that came as I then started working as an artist. And actually, yes, my work actually really resonates with Andrew's work because I also come to a specific place and I start by feeling the place. I also work with the idea of a community, and yes, and photography in a certain way. So there'll be some parallels as we go through the work. Now, in terms of the methodology, I also think a lot about what is my method. And when people learn that I've come from science, they expect science knowledge within the part that I do, but actually it is the scientific method that I use. And that is it's really the process that is different there. And so it means that I go from one question to the other, not so much trying to answer the question, but it's led by curiosity. And then as I get closer to what looks like an answer, usually a number of other questions come up, and that informs the next step in which the project will be going. So another point now is what you see on the very bottom there, this manky gray can, that's the pinhole. So this is what I would call low technology. Oh, I can move with this. Okay, great. And so that's what I actually call this low tech or high tech, and the advantage of one over the other. In my case, I use a lot of low tech. In a way, in a funny way, it's not saying anything about high tech, but the power of low tech is if it's not smart, then the people using it better be smart themselves. And so none of my projects tend to prove that point. So let's get into the story. And the story starts with me being a fruit seller in the King of Fruit shop. I did not expect this at all when I came into Lengkok Bahru. Lengkok Bahru is an area in Singapore which has a lot of underprivileged children living in rental flats, which means that a lot of these children, especially after school, hang out in the area in between the flats and the playground in the field in front. So hopefully there will be something for us to work together. But how did I end up in that shop and selling fruits? I did not make it as a fruit seller, but I had no choice. So did I do the wrong thing? Okay. Yeah. So what you see on the next slide eventually, can I press the button to get to the next slide? Yeah. You see me working with children and asking, that was my overarching question when I came to the neighborhood, and I was wondering, could low-tech be a useful tool for co-creation? And this is just one example, as I'm taking you through the pinhole and Lengkok Bahru. It's just one example which I'm hoping can be used as a template to work in different environments, and it's also the template with which I use for different projects that I do. So this project took place over 3 months. It's important to note that I was there daily for 3 months. And hopefully, take you through the story. You can see how I went from one discovery to the other. So first, I have to explain the tools that I'm using, the camera, which you see on the ground, my darkroom, which is a homemade darkroom, which I can carry anywhere and print my photographs on the spot outside of the playground, and the exhibition, which is basically where I was hanging up my just still wet silver nitrate photographs in the community center. Not disturbed, you don't see anybody around me. When I came, the idea was I'm just going to take pictures of the area and see what happens. I had an idea at the back of my mind about what could be happening, but I just let things happen. Now, the tool, the pinhole camera, if you're looking at the simplest camera you can get, the cheapest, you'd have to go and get one of those Kodak disposable camera, which I once exploded to show all the content. Still looks very complicated, even though it's a very basic film camera. So then I introduce the new improved version, which is just a can. After you've drunk it, it becomes a great tool which you can use. And this is what it looks like. So there's a different can, a slightly bigger one, improved. There's a rubber band, there's duct tape. Can you see the hole? This is a pinhole. And if you remember from school, maybe you know that this is where, thank you, yeah. This is where the light goes in. And this is how it works in a very schematic way. I made sure to show the can curved because this is an important the light projected on the object in front, the big man on the right, reflects light, and light goes through the hole, which you just vaguely see, and it projects upside down inside the camera. In this case, you see the white paper is curved around the back of the camera, and it's projected very small inside. If that paper happens to be light sensitive, that's the silver nitrate paper I used, your traditional photo paper, then you can capture an image. What you need to know at this point is the size of the hole you made, the distance between the paper and the hole, how sensitive your paper is, and you can apply some basic maths, and it will tell you, give you a number which you can apply when you know how much light there is outside. So if you know how long to expose your photograph, your paper for, so that you get, typically it would go from 30 seconds to 40 minutes, depending on the environment. And we have very basic ways. Actually, this is where I use technology. I do use my iPhone to measure light. And this is an example of the kind of photograph that I capture with this very basic cam. It is resting. What you notice on this is a strong distortion of the two bikes on the side, and what you see also in front is the people slightly blurred because of long exposure, and distorts the time, it distorts the space. And of course, depending on how well I've put the paper in, it doesn't actually aim properly at the front, and you cannot redo because it takes so much time. So if you're capturing an action, you really don't have many chances to try. So now, specifically in the playground, this is the kind of pictures that I got at the beginning. This is a paper negative, which is why it looks a little bit strange. So now, and it's just hanging in the neighborhood, just hanging it there. And what I do is I digitally invert. So my post-production is really just basically inverting and trying to clean up if there's a bit of dust over. But I try to manipulate as little as possible. And what you see, incidentally, is all around. I just took a picture of the picture and I invert everything. So the surrounding becomes less readable as it's now a negative, so that the picture in front is a positive. That's just explaining the process. Now becomes the interesting thing. As I sat daily with my camera taking pictures of the architecture and the detail of the environment, of course, the kids started coming saying, Auntie, what are you doing? And then you just look at what I'm doing and I invite them. And my body language, I made sure my body language was such that I'm not intimidating. And by coming every day, it's like any animal. First day they're a little bit shy, but then the next day they come, they try, and eventually, I give them $1, they go get a drink, and they, again, this is examples. At the beginning, I'm still taking pictures of them, and of course they want to be in the picture. But then soon they are making their own. And it's such a simple technology that really, within an hour, they had their own photographs. They were very excited about the idea that they could put their hands through this dad jeans that are just hanging off the side of the box to keep it dark. The box has a transparent red on top so that you can see as the image is being developed. And this is the kind of picture that they took. Again, they want to be in the picture, so they need to learn all sorts of things, like how do you calculate. You can use maths, but if you don't want to use math, we just aga, and then we try. If it doesn't work, we just do more, expose less. So there's all sorts of ways to enter this. Being very, you want to be very specific about how you do it, or you just want to play. Everything is possible. This is what the inside of the box looks like when it's open. So on the left, you can put your camera. The pencil there on the rubber band is actually a high-tech stabilizer. When you're using the camera on the side, you don't want it to roll. So you put a pencil, so that keeps the camera from moving. And we have just developer and fix. And after it comes out of the fix, it goes in the bucket on the side to wash. This is another example of kids taking pictures of what they like, their bicycles and their environment. The idea was really to empower them as soon as possible. Next came the king of fruits. Now, soon it was getting really hot outside, it was tiring, but also there was the idea that if we give the children, what would happen if we give the children a space where they could come every day. They know where I'd be because usually I'd be traveling from one place to the other. And with that place, could that place become a place that they make into their own? When I say we, I have to add that this is not a project I went in on my own. I would have never worked. There was a production team which was working at different projects in the same neighborhood at the same time, placemaking projects. But I was really running with my idea on my own, but I had their support, and that was very important. So we saw this shop that had the blinds down, and we decided that we would try to get money in order, raise money in order for it to open so we could use it. But then the coffee shop owner, we'd been having coffee every day, and the kids had been hanging out with us. When he heard that we wanted to have the space, he just offered it to us free. He said, it's for the children, you can just have it. What he did not tell me was that it had been registered as a fruit shop, King of Fruits, by HDB at the beginning, previously, and it had shut because it hadn't worked or whatever. So when I came to pick up the key on the agreed day, I found these baskets of fruit outside. And he said, oh, yes, you can have the space, but you have to sell fruits. So that's how I became a fruit seller. No problem. The space is big. We'll put the fruits on one side. So on one side, I have fruits, and on the other, I put my improved dark room, which consists of a tent. It's just a very simple tent, but when it's inside, actually 2 tents, one inside the other, it's dark enough, and then 2 people can stand inside rather than putting your hands through the jeans, and you can develop pictures. That worked really well, and the space became alive. Like I say, with the rest of, sometimes it was meeting space for the rest of the placemaking project. Sometimes, the children would come and play in their own time. So we had to decide how the rules would be, and who's making the rules, whose space is it, and so on. But this became a place where children could focus longer on their piece of on their work, and so that's how you can see the girl at the bottom left. She's putting the pictures together. She's telling stories. Each photograph is really well recorded by the children. They could invite each other to make. By that time, a few of them had become very proficient, so they were teaching each other. But the space was also used for doing homework, reading books, just a quiet space which the children might not have had at home. This is just to show you how many cameras were made. This was taken at the end, so about a bit more than 20. So children, some of them would just come, make one camera, and never show up again. But I would say that 10 of them did come back more than twice, and again, and a core of 4 or 5 really were very keen and were teaching the others and developed, because when you take just one picture, it's just exciting if you have any image at all, and that could be it. But if you want to take high quality pictures, you have to come and keep doing it and have ideas. So eventually, after a few months of it, we decided let's have an exhibition. The exhibition, it was very important that it would take place on the spot. So that attracted a lot of attention because I was wearing a pink suit, and the picture had me life size in a pink suit. And this is what the exhibition looks like inside. We printed some of the photographs. I want the sound off. Can I put the sound off? So you see, I'm keeping in these photographs, I'm keeping the frame of where we're taking the picture. This is the dark room. And I'm keeping the frame when I'm taking a picture and not giving, making it inverted, it makes it less readable. And it highlights the photograph as readable and digitized and enlarged in size. So this is indoor. And the children, so I chose an empty day to shoot this, but the children were very happy to bring their family, their cousins, the friends, and people actually also came from the rest of Singapore to come and see what was happening. It was also exhibited outside on the disused, was it basketball court, volleyball, anything. It was just not in use, but these large prints were out there as well, with the backdrop of the photographs that have been taken. So they're printed as negatives with the positive of their work inside. And we explained to people how with their phone they could actually invert it. That created a lot of excitement, actually. I'm done. Okay. That's it. Then it's just all the questions. that came up as we go, but this can be discussed later. But the takeaway line is just when the unexpected happens, we become curious.
Necessary research. I think this is actually very necessary artistic research. But we'll converse about this after this. So Dr. Lin Kok Dong, also from MIT, yeah, may start.
Very good afternoon, all. I'm Lee Kong Yong from MIT. I would like to, before I begin, I would like to take the system chair that I've changed the topic of my presentations. Now it's about digital study on media art experiences and technological being based on existential phenomenology. So in this paper, I would like to present existence digitally and contrast interactions with reflections, sensory experience with deeper meanings, and examine how we engage with overwhelming digital environment by questioning the very nature of our digital existence. I'll walk you through some of the key concepts in the paper, including digital trolley, and the conceptual framework that I use in my analysis that are broken down into existential journey, both examinations of media experience, and also using existential inquiry as a thematic reason to align with the theme of this symposium. Unlike the previous two presenters, that has a lot to do with community and also spaces, I would like to take you into a much more introspective journey by looking at inward on yourself. Phenomenology offers a philosophical method to understand the interactions between human and also the environment, emphasizing existential experience and also the meaning of being. But in this paper, I'm investigating how media art affects our perceptions of consciousness in a digital environment. Nevertheless, in the field of media art research, there's still gaps in the discussions about integrating the experience and aesthetic of media arts and the meaning of being from a very ontological perspective of the concept of existence. So there's still a lot of room to explore about epistemology and also ontology, the study of media aesthetics. There are some related studies I'd like to introduce. First, we can look at Don Ike in his post-phenomenology. Ike is a philosopher of science and technology who studies how humans interact with technology. His post-phenomenology focuses on real experience with technology, and he deliberately avoids romantic views, but he looked at the very practical analysis of actual technology itself. He looked at how technology changed our experience and perceptions. Amanda Lagasse is another interesting scholar who started a new area of study called existential media studies. In her seminal work on digital existence, she suggests us to look at how we are thrown into our digital lives. And interestingly, she connects this idea to classical philosophical themes like death, time, spiritual, and God, as a way of looking at our everyday media interactions, especially when we feel vulnerable in a digital space. Stiffmans introduced existential technology as a much more technological framework to understand our digital identity and challenge the system that claims to offer us freedom. And he highlights the dual potentials of technology for personal empowerment as well as political subversion. And his art will seemingly look like useless apparatus, despite he intentionally diverged from classical existential philosophy, but very much I find he embodies the spirit of existentialism. Wang Ning, a philosopher, a scholar from China, who proposed a very systematic analysis of the idea of authenticity within tourist experience, could be an interesting angle or propositions relatable to media experience. For Ning, who built his propositions of existential authenticity based on Dean McCannell, who is a social scientist, and in his work, The Tourist, he actually point out that digital media and virtual reality in archaeological sites and touristy destinations seems to affirm the passage from traditional tourist gaze to new hyper tourist gaze. Basically, he's saying that there's no difference between digital layer and physical layer. But he's coming from tourism studies. But I'm suggesting that we are likely to arrive at an understanding of user experience, which is indispensable dimension in the study of media and aesthetics, much like in tourism studies, especially if you follow some of the media arts expo, festivals like Team Labs, and some of the media arts that are competing with flashy, productions. And Team Labs especially that's celebrated with their jaw-dropping immersive media installations where tourists are rushing in to the country to see this kind of work as part of their tourism agenda. Now, come to digital throwness. This is a conceptual framework that's introduced, that I adopted from Legacies. And for her, it means throwness means encountering the world through media where we find ourselves in a specific place at a specific time among specific people with the unavoidable task of engaging with and making sense of our unpredictable digital world. This framework acknowledges the complexity of digital throwness, a Heideggerian term reinterpreted to signify the immersive and sometimes overwhelming experience in digital environment, and supposed with the deliberate engagement of user with the digital world. I choose to focus on this timeless existential theme, and also looking at these evolutions in today's digital age without dismissing the social, cultural, and political dimensions of media arts. But I'm suggesting something that is more. Okay, the conceptual framework is broken down into two parts. Number one, I'm looking at the existential journey, and second, holistic analysis of media experience. And here, in these illustrations, I'm trying to illustrate the concept of digital throwness as an experience of being absolutely thrown into existential situations through digital means or platform. And they outline the sequential stage of individual existential journey through the digital encounters. Typically starting with digital existence, which is the initial stage where the existence is thrown within a digital environment, followed by a process of reflections and interpretations where the existence reflects upon and interpret this new mode of existence, and last, existential realizations, which is the process that leads to profound existential insights. And in that bursting bubble, we can see existential disruption illustrated as an organic process that can happen anywhere during the process. And it represented the moments when existers experience a predictive error, causing them to recalibrate their mental schema and leading to reflections and interpretation. Here, thinking about media art as either purely authentic or unauthentic is really missing the point. While almost everything in our daily experience is mediated and afford immediacy, there's no distinctions between authentic and unauthentic experience. experience. Like the conversations that we had with Puna yesterday, we were talking about, like the digital device afford you the immediacy as if thinking and behaving together with social media and also other digital means. It's more about exploring a complex and uncertain existence in digital terrain, while remaining sensitive to historical and cultural context. Art, if you understand, has always been meant to challenge our expectation and push us to unpredictability, regardless of time. Akunta Motu, a Berlin scholar, is suggesting a cognitive concept using cognitive approaches to aesthetic experience. She said that appreciating arts always involves using our perception to adjust our mental schema. When our predictions are wrong and the adjustment of predictive error has an impact on the effective value we associate with art appreciation, that's where we find the aesthetics of digital media experience. So in this table, it highlights the dualistic nature of two types of media experience. One is the formalistic experience of media, and the other one is what I'm proposing, existential experience. And here I'm contrasting user, formal terms, a participant, we always call an interactive experience, with exister. User characteristics who are much more empirical and experiential in the formal experience now become more philosophical, introspective, and reflective. User experience changing from a central experience to something that's more revelatory and also contemplative. So here, I'm proposing a philosophical inquiry as a synthetic reasons for media arts. And this is a framework of a new lens to understand how art and technology blended into a medium for existential realizations. And this new aesthetic paradigm that I'm proposing is asking for re-evaluations of the role of media arts, proposing that it can move beyond simply representations or narrative to become a means or a vehicle for assessing the deeper layers of human conditions in our increasingly digitized world. And here it's broken down further into a process of validations of self-existence and also a validation of self-existence with the others. I would like to quickly show two examples of work. In this it's called the sculpture of touch. He explored the concept of body memory from a particular era through a series of performative sculpture using motion capture devices attached to his body. Here I bring back the concept of Steve Mann's existential technology, which are typically variable technology. Huang aims to document his existence within a limited space with one hand up to a fixed point that restricts its movement, and using the motion capture device to capture his existence in a confined time space. The next project is by a colleague of mine in RMIT, also of highlighting the meaningful anonymous connections in the digital. but you can check out the project online. It's called Memos to Us. As a conclusion, media artists working in the juncture of art and technology channel these mediations as a source of inspiration. Creating work has served as a mirror, which has constantly been my concept in my own projects to prompt users redefine here as existed, to embark on a journey of self-reflection and existential inquiry. Within this context, reflectivity is not a passive property, but an emergent characteristic of media arts, the dimensions where art and technology can converge to invite a deep examinations of existence. And this new paradigm that proposing urge for re-evaluations of the role of media arts, proposing that it can move beyond representations and storytelling narrative to become a means of reflections. Thank you very much.
We have 30 minutes for Q&A because everyone mostly kept the time. So I will not say much first. I'll only join if there are no questions. But anyone want to start?
Yeah. Hi, Megan. There's a question. Thank you for your sharing the information. I was wondering because mostly in film or social media where used to see the professional narrative, but I see that there's a lack of the professional narrative. Maybe your comment on the use of narrative on the narrative in film. Then the second question is of course more on the process. You begin with the subject first of media, and of course the use of many media. How do you choose them, and how they tend to be seen together? What happens when they are be seen separately?
Okay. In terms of narratives, I don't enjoy fictional narratives. To watch films, I can't engage with them because it's just something about them I just can't engage with. So for me, the narrative is something that, and the reason why I choose durational sequences is because I want the narrative to emerge from the environment in which I'm filming. So if nothing happens, nothing happens. But particularly in the city, I mean, there's always something. So I find that I'm kind of more interested in letting the environment speak rather than me trying to impose. It's also partly because as well, I'm obviously a foreigner, I'm not Vietnamese. My role is one. It would be wrong for me to put a narrative into it. It's much more important for me to let the place speak. However, the post-production process kind of does introduce a narrative in terms of the treatments. And it's kind of interesting listening to Young's kind of discussion. There's a kind of lot of crossovers, but the techniques of post-production techniques are the do emerge out of a reflective process. And it's a reflective process of being in the place. It's also a reflective process of the moment you leave the place to where I go and where I sit down and I start editing, I start looking at it. And it might be some time before I do that. Just where those things kind of ticking over. Me beginning to try and understand the experience that I've had as a sensory experience. So the second question was to do with
what's your choices to begin with subject matter or media?
So I guess subject matter probably is the sense that I have a location. But actually, we have time to go into the process of filming before that actually takes place. It is a process of really being in the environment. So I kind of walk around, cycle around, or visit on my motorbike and just sit and have a coffee, or just through, or sometimes I kind of get to I'll detour or just drive through, or I'll go to the markets in the area. And that whole experience kind of then suggest to me places that might be interesting to film. But what I film is usually a response to going back, sit down with the intention to film. So I won't sort of say to myself, okay, I'm going to film that building or that part of the canal. I will go and then something will attract my attention or something will make me think, oh, it's kind of interesting, so I'll film. So again, it's very responsive. It's much more, it's in that sense kind of again, like ties into the intervention. You know, it's much more of a intuitive process, right? Predetermined. I don't have a script. I don't have a storyboard.
Any other questions? No. I probably was.
I have
Oh, you do? Okay, fine.
actually, thank you for the presentation. Since nobody's asking, so for Isabel and Andrew, thank you. I really love this project and really enjoyed the presentation. Just a very direct, simple question. How do you deal with the agency of the subjects that you work with? For example, when you present the work, it is still presented as yours. But I believe there's a lot of consideration with the sort of group of people that you work with. So what kind of role do they play and how important is it, especially in the context of an artist? Because now it's presenting becomes more your work that's created of you. So the express partnership, what role, because I think the collaborators are important for crucial role in your work. And for you, I'm just curious, how is it different than in terms of art being effective and devoting these existential sort of questioning? I'm just trying to understand how media art be different than any other previous art that came before. It's not a new thing. At least I feel that way, and I think there are other forms of art that have done this in a much more effective and much more powerful way. So, in a sense, I might imagine what kind of a differentiation or new ideas that they try to make, a distinction that they make that is so unique and specific media art. Your argument. Thank you.
We will start with you first. You can go first.
So the ownership was a very important question, of course. And in this case, I'm presenting the story, so I'm telling the story, but it is not whoever wants to tell the story can tell the story. From that point of view, it's open, and it has been very clear that the pictures were taken by the children. When it's presented, and the exhibition so far has only been public in the place where the pictures have been taken. And so that made it much, at the time, the question of time is also very important. Actually, this project is quite old, it's from just before pandemic, 2019, 2020. And so it's very easy then to present the fact that it's a communal project, and it's not so much about who can claim ownership when it's presented in such an open environment. It can become more difficult if it's a commercial project, but it's not. It's not really, and so from that point of view, just trying to make sure, and for me, it goes back to also the idea of ownership of a project. And as an artist, I really don't see an artwork belonging to the artist themselves, even if they're the one taking the picture. Of course, they took a picture of something that's not. And so it's always a collaborative work, and you'll see my work is always collaborative from that point of view. I try to give a voice to everyone and make sure that we can keep going with this too. But it's an unresolved question because it can go.
Yes, so the kind of stirring up trouble. And also people, community themselves are very Vietnamese, which is an incredibly polite population of people. They're very they're very polite, so they'll always want to please, but they're very scared of what they tell you because they don't know what you're going to say and where it goes. So working with community is problematic. Now, the idea of using augmented reality was something that one of the people working on this project or that I was engaged with is looking at it in terms of authentic tourism. And one of the ideas is that not only would you be able to experience the ARs in situ at the canal, but the idea was that these would then exist online and they can be accessed as a sort of more non-extractive form of tourism, where people would actually get their tourism through this digitally mediated space as opposed to which I think has got legs in it. It's something I need to kind of push further. But what we did is we then found a couple of locations on the canal. One was a little cafe that's in a boat, and the other is this cafe run by this old lady in District 4. And we kind of gave them posters and stuff with QR codes on, and just said, get people to get the community to take part. And the response was good. The community kind of sort of enjoyed it. I mean, I think a lot of people didn't really get it. They didn't really understand. That's fair enough. It's not there. If it's literal, it's boring. But they actually enjoyed it, and I think they enjoyed that idea that I go as far as possible to include community to the extent to which we're allowed to as a one person.
Yeah. Thank you for the questions. Interesting and challenging question, but it's a questions that want me to look into this aspect as well, because I constantly asking myself to explain why. But I think the concept of existence or being, it's a timeless theme, as I mentioned. If we follow existential philosophies, there's always a discussion of fundamental projects, which is how individual or human look for meaning in their life, right? We find the very essence of being. And artists has been doing this, finding through their way of making art. The only difference is the medium has changed or evolved over time, right? Like an artist making a statement about himself, like he could make self-portrait paintings at a time. But now the medium has changed, tools has changed, and therefore the manifestation of the work and also that statement has changed as well. So the concept is timeless. It remains there forever, but this kind of terminology has never been introduced into ontological study or epistemological study of media arts in terms of its aesthetics and interaction design. Therefore, I mean, tonus is there already, right? To put it in the context of media arts or media designs, we can introduce digital tonus. Instead of user or participant, we can introduce exister if you're coming from existential point of view. And also the reality that we live in, it's also very different now. So how do we represent this, or how do we provoke or induce the sense of existentialism if you're coming from a media artist perspective? Names to suggest for tourism, for example, right? We are going to visit archaeological site. At the same time, you also can visit the virtual dimension of the same site itself, right? Where you're physically traveling to the space, but from VR, the digital space, you record your existence maybe through a representation in the form of postcard, right? And get it printed in the physical environment. So that materiality itself has changed, the reality itself has changed, and also the tools has changed, right? But the themes remain the same. That's how I think.
Actually, we've come to the end of time, but feel free to speak to each of the presenters. If there are any more questions, then take this offline. And I guess I need to kind of to wrap this up. I find it very interesting how there's the theoretical element that frames the two practices. I'm thinking about phenomenology versus personology, and I like the concept of trueness because in Andrew's case and Isabel's case, they were literally from the environment, the virtue of being there, and then what they do after they've been thrown into that. And also all the other bystanders or participants who also thrown the environment with them and interacted with. Okay, with that, thank you very much.
Yeah, yeah. So the
That's some really interesting with new knowledge.
Yeah, we are very
Section 3.
Yeah, so
then you can let them know they can stop.
How are you going to sign? Okay. I just wanted to add something, but maybe we can help. Yeah. All right. So we want to move on to the next section.
Check.
Yeah. So if you would like to. All right. Okay, so assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. We would like to continue on to the second last session. So we have our first presenter for this session, Arahmai Ani from Passau University. The past, the present, and the future. So you will be given 15 minutes to present for each speaker, and we will follow up with a question and answer session after all of the three speakers are done. Okay, so Miss Arahma Aini, are you ready?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay. I would like to share my PowerPoint. Maybe I have to check first, yeah? Because otherwise, I already sent also the PowerPoint to the organizer. If it doesn't work with me, maybe they can help me.
Okay. The organizer. She sent it to the organizer. Okay, is this your presentation?
Can you see it?
Okay, Ken, sure.
You can see it?
Yeah. Yes, we can save it. Yes, the past, the present, and the future. Is that your presentation?
It's just a moment. This is a little bit. I got a little confused now because it's just like moving very fast. Oh, you can help me?
And now we see the page 3. Is that yours?
Yeah. But how can I come back to
page 1?
How to page 1. Return back. Okay, got it. Okay. All right. I would like to first introduce the idea behind my presentation. It's about my work with the community that focus on environmental issues, but also connected to the so-called local traditional wisdom. And this kind of idea started after I got somehow frustrated working on my sort of critical approach through my artwork, but also through my essay. Oh, by the way, I'm also a writer and a poet. And what happened was like really frustrating because ended up that I was having a trouble of being in prison, kicked out from the art school. Yeah, that was when I was 22 years old. I studied in art school in Bandung. But then after that, also I got the death threat from hardliners Islamists in 1994. So every time that happened after being released or I could escape, I have to go somewhere abroad. Anyway, after experiencing that kind of situation, like questioning things, want to make a change, but change didn't really happen. So then 2006, after Yogyakarta hit by a huge earthquake, I began to have a new idea of working with the community. Yes, in my fantasy, it's like this is a way to make a change, real change, yeah? Not just on the level of idea or artwork. Okay, so yeah. This is related to the first community-based kind of project, which is the so-called Flag Project, created in 2006. But then also because I was also concerned about the cultural heritage of my ancestor, because there's a lot of problem because the history of the past history somehow not easily to be accessed, as it has to do with colonial time, and also how the elite in power also try to disconnect people from their own cultural knowledge, because that's how they could control the people, yeah, or to implement the so-called divide and rule politics, so just fit people just fighting with each other, killing each other. So that happened during the colonial time, but also when the elite is really obsessed with power. I got to learn about this forgotten cultural heritage. Yeah, I was lucky. I have an access to study it at first, actually outside Indonesia. It's in Sydney when I was had to escape from my country after imprisoned in 1983. And then I met the community of the hippie, and they have a library, community library, so I could access the books about this forgotten cultural heritage from my ancestor. Anyway, then after learning and going through that process, I began to create artwork that somehow relate to forgotten cultural heritage, but connected to also environmental problem, as this is a real challenge and problem we have to deal with today all over the globe, not only in my country or in Southeast Asia, right? Anyway, so I created this kind of piece of work, so-called memory of nature, that is somehow connected to the heritage from the Borobudur temple period. You know, Borobudur temple is the largest so-called Buddhist temple in the world, although actually the teaching is not just focused on Buddhism, but it's more like acculturated with Hinduism and animism as well. yeah, I was lucky that I got a chance to learn about this forgotten cultural heritage in Tibet monastery. I will tell you more detail later. Anyway, so this is one example how I explore through my artwork and reinterpret that cultural heritage, ancient cultural heritage within the today's context, because of course there's maybe some change and also there's modern knowledge, this of course science and of course technology. So we have to try to connect it and have some, deeper understanding. Yeah. Yeah. So this is the Borobudur temple. I don't know if any of you have visited this really huge temple, but this is actually not just temple for rituals. If you see the panels on the walls, this is actually the teaching. And fortunately, the books of the teaching from this period of time is still being preserved and even being practiced in Tibet monastery, especially the so-called the Luba sect or Yellow Hat, led by the Dalai Lama. Okay, yeah. So I will go a little bit fast because I just want to show you about this. Okay, the other work, previous work of my image is related to the so-called symbol of the mandala, which is a symbol of the universe. So what is so interesting about the cultural heritage from this period of time, it's very much connected to the knowledge about universe and how human connected to nature. Yeah, not as the kind of leader of the nature, but it's just part of the nature. So this work also, of course, related to my previous artwork that was so complicated and yes, put me in the jail and get this threat from the hardliners Islamists because basically I was criticizing the global economic capitalistic system that of course somehow the way I see it still connected to colonialization and maybe today it can be called neo-colonialization, right? But yeah, it's very funny that people who come to threaten to kill me is the hardliners Islamists. But that is not really surprising if we know what is actually going on in this world. Anyway, let's just continue with this first. Later we can go into more detail. Yeah, this is the memory of nature. Also, I invite the audience to get involved and create their own or explore their own creativity through this kind of artwork. But my activity with the community or with public, I don't want to limit myself just on this aesthetic expression because I realize that if we want to really make a change dealing with the challenges of today's, we have to, yes, work concretely, yeah. And okay, I'll show you the but then I realized, I learned from this practice that art medium is actually a very kind of flexible medium that can bring all kind of field of study and also groups of people to come together and even to work together. Yeah, so this is just the first simple example of how people can come together and explore the creativity. Yeah. Okay, so I want to tell you a little bit more about the experience of working with the community in Tibet Plateau, Java, and Bali, because the culture is connected one to another. So it started with the so-called flag project, right? After working, the first community that I worked with actually one of the oldest Islamic boarding school in Yogyakarta. But then, yes, I would like to go to experience to share my experience in Tibet Plateau because it has to do with the forgotten cultural heritage. Today's culture and belief system in Indonesia of the majority Muslim related to Islam. But in the previous culture before Islam coming, there was Buddhism, Hinduism, and animism. And then actually the practice is very pluralistic because there's the so-called principle of unity in diversity. There's this so-called Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. It's a Sanskrit language, but it means unity in diversity. And it's already been practiced since thousands of years ago. But when it is becoming modern, there's a lot of problem and a lot of people forget about it. Anyway, this is related to that heritage that has been forgotten. This is the Elo-Progo confluence near the Borobudur temple. It used to be a place for the monks to learn and have this practice of meditation. And this is connected to my work in Tibet, of course, because I also there work in the area of the confluence of three rivers, Yangtze, Mekong, and Yellow River. Okay, and this is the so-called yellow hat set. So we are doing not only theory, but also doing concrete action to protect the source of water, because Tibet Plateau is known as Asia Water Tower. All the big rivers in Asia continent headwater are up there. Yangtze, Mekong, Yellow River, Ganga, Indus, Brahmaputra, Salween. Yes. And with the climate change, the temperature rising up, the source of water is under threat of drying up. The expert predicted if we don't do anything up there, it will be drying up in 2030. So that's the reason why I work with the monks up there, and they also support the ideas, and also the lay people later on also joining. So anyway, after 5 years working together from 2010 until 2015, Tibet is under China. We were not allowed to get any support and funding from outside, but because the community supported the ideas to preserve the source of water, but also we have to do managing the trash, recycle, planting trees, and managing the source of water as well. Luckily I got support from the monastic group and also the lay people group, because we can connect to this understanding of this cultural heritage, because there's a principle of respecting the nature and also live together peacefully and happily. So with that kind of basic understanding, then we can really work together and also doing real action. So this is my assistant, he's a monk, and also the other assistant is the Chinese. 16 villages joining within 5 years. we get the approval and support from the Chinese government. So that's why I want to share this with you, because yeah, this is like giving kind of sense of hope for everybody. Anyway, I had to go to India also to study in the Seraje monastery about this forgotten cultural heritage from my ancestors. So then I work there also with the monks. Yes, they put me with the bold men, not bold women. Or later on, also I with the bold woman. Yeah, and then well, he's my assistant. He's actually recently just turned to become a lama, and yeah, this is my teacher, the guru from my past life. They say. Although I say, I'm sorry, I don't remember my past life, but okay, sure, I have to learn about this thing. Yeah, this is the Muara Jambi temple. Used to be the monastery during the Borobudur period, but this is located in Sumatra Island. But today, this is under reconstruction because Indonesian government aware that this is very important knowledge from the past. And yeah, so far they have found 115 temples. And each temple is actually very huge. So the area that has already been founded is around 6,000 hectares. I have been now working with the team from Gajah Mada University and University of Indonesia together to, construct this temple area. Okay, this is just information about the activities in Tibet Plateau. Okay, yeah, we are planting tree, and yes, I got the support directly because before there was a Lama, Yamyang Lobsang Gyatso Rinpoche. He already started planting trees, and he already made a kind of idea for the future. He said that's what we need to do, and that is very true. Yeah, then we Chinese government support. There's this group of planting tree in China since 2013. And you can see after we have the support from the troops of planting the tree, within 2 years' time, there are more than 2 billion trees being planted up there. And this is, of course, very important if we want to keep the source of water. Okay, but this one is the tradition in the monastery. Of course, after planting, they pray for the tree because, for the teaching from that period of my ancestor, I see all kind of being is actually equal. So human and nature is actually have equal kind of rights and position, which is maybe different in today's modern advanced so-called age, right?
Well, I think we have to talk.
Okay. I will go a little bit faster now because I just want to show some image.
Okay, we have 1 more minute.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is from Java with the community of the Muslim, but then I connect also the Javanese to the Balinese and to the Tibetan. And now they are trying to really do some work together. And yes, this project is expanding. Actually, now we are working on the film project of the documentary supported by the first company in Bali who care about the environment. It's called Potato Head. And I've been working with this company since last year, and we are making this documentary of this activities of the communities focusing on environmental issue but connected to the so-called local traditional wisdom. Yeah, and this kind of activity is being done not only with the villages but also with the urban community in especially Yogyakarta and in Bali.
Okay. Thank you
Yes,
so much.
this is okay. It's done now. This is the product of recycle from the plastic parts. All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, how can I get out from it? Sorry.
Okay.
And go back to your screen.
Screen. Okay.
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 All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we are now moving on to the next presenter, Mr. Anwar Ali, who will be presenting on the present of a past, plays, memories, and making.
Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, loud and clear.
Good afternoon and salam from Pakistan. It's Anwar here, Anwar Ali. I'm assistant professor in design department at Commonwealth University, Islamabad. And I want to present my artistic endeavors. And this is apart from what I do as a designer, what I teach as a design to undergrad students. And this is sort of my escape from my work and to pursue what I really like to express. The commonality between art and play is the urge to exercise freedom and to explore and to engage with materials and surroundings. So first of all, a little background. The work delves into the childhood experience of play and making, drawing on the researcher's memory from Khablu Valley in Baltistan, the northern region of Pakistan. So it's personal experiences of childhood experiences, but often discussing with peers, siblings, elders who shared those moments and activities. So after going through, their information, my own experiences, then I tried to explore those activities of past. It's between from late 90s, from early 90s to late 90s. So revisiting these childhood memories invoke nostalgia and deep appreciation for the simplicity of play, its props, objects, and the creative process using materials available at that time and place. My first manifestation, it started in 2019, initially focusing on the concept of home, space, and childhood activities. The first manifestation was during an online symposium, Home Provoking Conversation on Place and Belonging, at the University of Gloucestershire in 2022. So a chapter will be published in forthcoming as the title, Home, Place, and Belonging, at the end of this year, hopefully. Since then, I have expanded the scope of exploration to include, making of toys and leisure activities from my childhood. So by leisure activities, I mean play and pleasure, not the philosophical implication of leisure that has a different context. So to define play is really challenging. It's not like a game where you have certain rules, you have certain procedures, you have certain codes to follow. So play is comparatively more unstructured. It's a spontaneous, voluntarily, and enjoyable activity, and often seen opposite of work. Rather defining the play itself, I will more focus on the characteristic which I found in their different literature. Like there's a flexibility, intrinsic motivation, non-neutrality, and positive effect associated with play. So, like its definition, there are chaos, there are ambiguities, and there are contradiction about the theories associated with play. In the classical philosophy, we find it's the play like futile activity, or it's a manifestation of your surplus energy, or sometimes a pure recreational. In contrast, the modern theory of interpret play as meaningful activity that fosters positive emotions, learning, skill development, cognition, creative thinking. So though there are disagreement to these theories as well. Most of my childhood has been spent in Baltistan, the heart of northern Pakistan. The work foregrounds the childhood experience of making and playing. Using memory to visit the past has been a constant fascination for me, and it materialized during my graduate studies, master's in art education, where in studio practices I managed to re-experience some of those activities. By making, I'm not sure about the terminologies because sometimes it's not the process of making is about play. It's about a leisure activity. It's not making in the concept of art. So there are some limitations which I want to also explicitly mentioned before going to the work. First is it was very challenging to present an activity or an artifact stripped from its physical, cultural, and or social context. So that can lead to a different interpretation, but that's what happens in art, And the second is the integrating the activities of exploring, manipulating, and creating play under a single theoretical framework is challenging. Though there are some theories which I found. The second is toy car. The first involves using natural materials and manipulating them to another object. They're entirely different. And the second is reusing the technological objects or the technology available at that time. So the both activities such as the imitative and repetitive aspect of play where child reflect on the social, culture, and technological experiences and observation. So play has there is a dual functionality with it. First, personal expression, and second, the social adaptations. So this is the water wheel we used to imitate the grinding water mills at that time. So gifted with fresh water streams and water channels from mountains that are running down to rivers passing through valleys, the people of Baltistan depended on water mills for grinding grains. A practice now rapidly disappearing. Now we have electric mills for this. So we use apples or turnips as wheel mounted on a stake serving as an axle. And when the water hit the blades, in this case sticks, the wheel would move in water, so giving an enjoyable experience. So second activity was car making. Car making involved using old radio batteries, the throwaway batteries. The batteries is served as the car's body. The silicon or metal cap on the wheel served as a wheels. And the carbon rod inside the dry cells or the radio batteries served as axles. So people at that time heavily relied on batteries for their radios and tape recorders, as electric supplies were limited at that time and have not improved significantly since. The same car making was also done with use canisters, metal materials, but for that we need some elders assistants. They used to involve with us in making this process. So this aspect is to do with using reusing materials into a different form as a play activity, and to engage with other kids, with peers, and with environment, making roads and playing with bridges on Everett or other activities. It always used to be a group activity involving a lot of kids. So they were role playing as well. Someone is playing as a police person, another is some administrative who is looking the activities. So the imitative aspect was pretty dominant in these activities. So the center stage of all these activities was my grandmother's house in a small locality known as Hachi in Khaplu. I used to spend summer vacations at Hachi, and it has a profound share of my memories. The house has been partially abandoned now, as my grandmother and uncle moved to the city for so-called better opportunities. And my visits are less frequent now to Khaplu, as I have never-ending job and I have responsibilities in the capital, and I've lived in different urban areas for my education and for work and my personal professional endeavors. So now I spend a lot of times with the bright screen, laptop, mobiles, gadgets, and and I'm recollecting those memories. So the revisiting these places reminds me of materials, non-materials, activities, connections, and expressions. So this was the house. Now it's abandoned partially. A strong sense of loss, of a self-organized life system that had all necessities were available in better or worse condition. I mean that this locality, that village, there were a lot of sustainable system, community, interdependent community who supported each other, and there was no need of foreign or global interventions in the community. Like other places, people in Khaplu have started relying more on unsustainable resources. The plays that I presented have vanished with the fading outdoors recreational activities, and life shifts towards more unsustainable means. Children adapting to screen-based plays and and games, and the opportunity, to interact with nature and man-made materials, and the creative process and the act of play with the artifact is getting limited and limited day by day. So this work can be an exploration or documentation of past activities and or to a sustainable way of making and playing. Yes, this was my presentations. Thanks for the opportunity. I was really excited for this event. It's my second opportunity to present my childhood experiences. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Anwar. We will move on to the next presenter, Dr. Caroline McKenzie from the National Art School. Caroline. So, Dr. Caroline, are you here? Oh. No. Oh, unfortunately, we cannot hear you.
Maybe try switching your audio source, Carol.
I'm not sure if it's on our end or is it on her end.
Well, the computer is making sounds.
I don't think it's on. I said.
It's typing. Oh, I think maybe. What else? What again? Yes, how do you click on? Try using the mic directly on your computer rather than using earphones. Or switch audio source.
You can hear us though, right, Carol?
Yeah, it's
Yeah. So what do we do?
Bye.
I think I might need to release myself.
Try to log out first and log in.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you can log out and try to log in, Karen. Hopefully. Okay. Karen, suara dia tak ada. Dr. Karen. Suaranya enggak ada. Okay. Oh.
Yes, microphone. This is microphone. This one.
Try speaking now. Can you hear us?
No. We cannot.
We only see your lips moving. We can't hear you, unfortunately.
Maybe you set your setting. You check your microphone setting. It's mute.
Yang mute kan tu? Siapa yang mute kan tu? She's muted.
You're mute. You can unmute.
Okay.
Try speak now.
So you want to share her screen, see whether you can help her out?
But you try to click the setting. Dr. Caroline, you try click setting. You make sure your microphone is correct. Make sure you go to the microphone. And yeah. It's Dr. Caroline. You try click the setting. What is your microphone now? Oh, no, we cannot hear your sound. Our speakers. Microphone.
Yeah, it's on her end. She can hear us. She can.
Yeah, this is your microphone, Dr. Caroline. You might need to figure out yourself. Help from here.
I have to reset everything at my end and use Teams in a few hours.
Or maybe you can share your screen. We can teach you how to set.
If she still has a problem, maybe we can go in this, and then we come back to her. The next one. Sorry.
Okay, can you open your Teams, Microsoft Teams? Dr. Caroline? Can you open Microsoft Teams? Okay, maybe you can click the arrow down button next to the microphone icon. Yeah, that one. And make sure you click CJ microphone. Yeah. At the top.
No, but it's not the. There's no indicator.
Maybe you can have
After.
phone or how to WhatsApp. So, I mean, that's the only solution. You cannot just rely on the cars.
What do you input in?
Maybe what? Talk to phone.
Oh yeah, maybe. Possible setting in my MacBook.
Or
there's another way you can join from your phone also. You can join from your phone. Huh?
Yeah. Join from the phone, so she talks to the phone.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Never done. How to join with the phone?
Yes. Two more to go. Yeah, can you join using your phone?
Okay. It's telling me the address is invalid. Oops. So she has to have a Teams on the. That's the link for the Teams.
All right, I'll just ask Dr. Caroline, would it be, okay, there she goes.
I think she
Is that, can you hear me?
I'm not controlling. Yours
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Wow.
What an adventure.
Yeah, and it was feedbacking with my computer then. So anyway, so weird. Okay, I'll share my screen and get going so we don't waste forever, because I know you've been waiting for this all day, haven't you? All right, so you can let me know when you can see my screen.
Okay, we can see it. Looks good.
All righty. So welcome. Thank you for that, particularly for everybody's patience then. I'd also like to thank Armani, who I heard last year in Jogja. It was really great to see your research again. I also pay my respects to the traditional owners of the land on which I'm sitting, the Cadigal people of the Eora Nation. I'm going to start my talk with the words of Astrida Nemes, who considers that we can only come into being through contact and exchange with other bodies as lodgers, hosts, parasites, guests and fellow travellers swept up in the tides of each other's oceans. I've also got to apologise for the background noise. I also run a gallery and we've got an install going on behind me. So my paper today will discuss this and parallel ideas of proximity, exchange and echo through two bodies of works that perform material knowledge as a set of unfolding and indeterminate relations. Both these works use human and non-human actuants so that I can attempt to expand the aesthetics of affect and find methodologies of making in an era of declining resources. The works, sites of extraction and infection, and bacterial novocytative visual ethnography, oscillating between materiality and social responsibility. I acknowledge all elements, texts, materials, language, agencies as entangled in complex ways. These are read within their interactions as matter in motion that is unfixed, transient and entrenched. The paper title, Sites of Extraction, considers aesthetic excess as my starting point. In an era of declining polluted resources, I sought to interrogate my own modes of production and the methods of resource use conditionally embedded within the excesses of teaching, where students often overproduce as an anxiety response to assessment procedures, and my own practice and excess. This brought me to consider a few things. How to use modes of print production outside of material excess, how to consider the extraction footprint in my own production, and how to present the leaking vessel of the body without the body present. In all honesty, sometimes I want excess. I want to turn over capitalism and play with its folds, but I also want to find new methods to reproduce ones more in dialogue with relational networks, both embodied and material. So I made a resolution to retain the critical ontologies of print as copy, trace and echo. Echo is a position of feminist revisionist critique that sees contemporary material exchange as dispersed, refractive and in a state of embodied constriction. Echo could only speak the words of others and wasted away embedded in a refractive materiality. And I find it deeply interesting, in particular in her contemporary narrative neglect, as she seems to encapsulate the agency and or oligarchy of our contemporary image text exchange matrix. I take Echo's shadow and diffract her textual legacy via the material agency of reproduction and amplification and interspecies dialogue or interspecies echo. In this way, the organic and inorganic other permeates. The matter I diffract with are algae, sound waves, and bacteria. I work with these as interconduits within a highly choreographed performativity where they operate independently, but also as metonyms of human subjectivities and my own interpretive discourses of matter and meaning. The algae I work with is bred, contained, coerced, aestheticized. But despite this, it differs from normative material in the studio
in profound and fundamental ways, in how it exceeds the parameters of conceptual coercion to alter its own activities and to speak for itself. As a printmaker, I understand this unravelling of chemistry and exchange, and I see this new extension as a contemporary reproductive. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Your slides, are you controlling the slides?
Yeah, but they're not moving.
Okay, maybe you can prompt us so we can show you.
Yeah, I'm up to slide 3 or 4.
Okay. 3 or 4. All right. You can prompt us.
All right, so if you move now.
We're on slide 4 now.
Okay, I can't see. I can move it now. Okay, I've got control. Yep. Sorry. Yeah. I see diffraction as a porous, interconnected reflexivity rather than reflection, perhaps a quantum echo at a material level that enters and exits all matter. To quote Barad, diffraction is not a set pattern, but rather an iterative reconfiguring of patterns of differentiating, entangling. Sites of extraction and infection co-opt social processes of replication and echo via sonic traces of late capitalism. The work develops a visual exchange between data noise, verbal abuse, and algae to think about the systems our porous bodies are dependent on, contribute to, and extract. The artifact created is a living ecosystem that operates before the gallery context in my studio, and prior to that as algae spores, salt, and water. Within it during the stage of witnessing, and beyond it as I return the excess biological entities to my tanks. This unfolding and dependent state of aesthetic becoming offers a productive mode of interrelational affect by working collectively with agents that spread outside of my aesthetic control. Algae is chosen as it has a direct relation to ocean health and also offers itself as nutrient. It has a negative and a positive in capitalism's hierarchy of exchange as both food source and pollutant. I activate this Deleuzian potential within aesthetic means to consider my complicity in material extraction and the ongoing sonic colonisation of the earth. Algae's material has resonances with ideas from Rosie Brodotti's nomadism and Karen Barad's new materialism, and I merge these philosophical positions within the idea of composting knowledges, species understandings, and the comprehension that soft irony can be more serious than dry fact. How do the sonic traces of late-era capitalism affect organic forms, and how much of the production of capital is a vibrational body pollution? In particular, though, in the food chain of capital value. What is the playlist of capital extraction? I reflected on my own actions to other species at a global scale, and how I could activate capitalism's own transport dialogues of dispersal pollution to consider how visuality could co-present these sonic traces as affect. Slide can go forward. After reading that 98% of data still travels via ocean cables, colonising the floor of the ocean with the remnants of our spreadsheets and movie downloads, I developed an idea around co-responsive dialogue to develop this visual exchange between noise and algae. The work submits jars of oxygenated algae strains to data noise and internet hate speech. The algae operates as a reflective ecosystem that transmutes the echo of data into an aesthetic remediated state where sonic resonance moves into material process. It intersects with broader research I've undertaken into weaponized sound, slide, and the use of excessive noise as a torture device. At a subjective level, how does being yelled at and sworn at impact the body? The premise was partially explored in an earlier work where swear words were spoken to petri dishes over a number of weeks, and the sonic traces of these were produced as 3D print. I also feel a strange relationship to art historical dialogues and their exclusion of other bodies. Coming to art after a difficult life, I sat in lectures feeling the strangeness of the Western canon narrative and who it was written for or not. This part of the project deals with this dilemma. Art sits at the apex of capitalism and has a deep historical residue from modernism of purity and exclusion. Its dependence on textuality is sometimes excessive and inaccessible to those of my social class. I explore my space between these two worlds using dishes of bacteria, which I view as a subjective portrait of the body, and art manifestos, which I play to my bacterial self. The petri dishes I have made are modernist shapes, the square and the triangle, rather than the circle of science. Speak to the Agar features three artists reading a critical text that informs their relationship to material knowledge, and the egg lightly swabbed with the bodily trace of each of these people. Slide. The work is both parodic and intensely serious, as I believe that the chorus line of words as pure sound, as liturgy, as belief, impacts systems through their ripples and vibrations. Slide. Annabelle McEwen speaks the words of Legacy Russell's glitch feminism. Slide. Shivanjani Lal reads the post-colonial love poem. Slide. And then the final artist, Jessie Hogan, reads bizarrely, the Thames and Hudson's a foreword from a history of art. My work wants to consider how texts, the written, spoken and vibrating social outputs of our culture affect relational and embodied knowledge, and how texts intersect with power and aesthetics. Slide. My research operates between serious methodologies of quantum distribution and diffraction and irony to consider how to find meaning at the edges of precarity and how to enter into a more ecologically responsive ethos in terms of what it means to generate images in an era of excess production and consumption. Discussing my work within the frame of effective visual ethnography moves the work into new contexts and can operate outside of the arena of pure aesthetics. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Carolyn.
Thank you.
All right, we have reached the end of the three presenters. And now I would like to open the floor to any questions for our presenters. So if you have any questions for our audience online, you can either speak in the mic or you can type in the chat box.
I have
Dr. Danny.
Maybe a question for Hermione, but also potentially coming through all the presentations and yours, Carolyn. I was just interested, Hermione raised the question of confluence of rivers as an important, and it seemed like important places where things come together. And I was just thinking about this, maybe the relation to people like Glissant who think about the archipelago, or a kind of a regional perspective that's also shaped by water. And like there's the European colonial mindset is often about kind of territoriality about land, like trying to gather land and then maybe extract water to come into land. But it seems like you're saying, there's something about the way that water is connecting places and people together that seems to be there in your practice. So I just wondered if maybe any of you could talk a little bit more about this potentiality of water and different waters coming together in your thinking.
Okay. Yes, what is clear for every being, water is the main source of life, right? But then, yeah, how are we going to manage it? And actually, if we refer to this ancient culture of the so-called traditional wisdom, so it's also not about physical reality, which is also very important, right? But also we were also going into how the masculine and the feminine energy, yeah, being integrated. So we are not being entrapped in this binary oppositional kind of way of looking at the whatever things, yeah. Because when we are being entrapped in that kind of way of thinking, then it is becoming like a political strategy that just like divide and rule, you know, like in the Bush term, it's like either you are with us or you are against us. And this is just a kind of strategy by those people who are really obsessed with power and ended up also with money usually, right? But if we want to live peacefully together, so we have to develop a kind of deep understanding besides respecting nature, yeah, respecting others, but also, yeah, preserving the source of life, like water and other elements in nature. Okay, that's maybe my comment.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for our presenters? Maybe online? Or even comments or discussions? Anybody? Anyone? Any questions? No. Okay, if we don't have any questions, then I think okay. Okay, so if there's no questions, then I think it's time for me to do a wrapping up. Thank you very much to our presenters, Arimani, Mr. Anwar Ali, and Dr. Karen Mackenzie Craig for their insightful presentations and artworks. What strikes me is this concept of scale that I can see in the works. I think in Arimani's work, we talk about this very macro scale, you know, doing projects that it also brings to question the role of the artist. I mean, what is an artist in the contemporary sense, and seeing that juxtaposition with Dr. Carolyn's concept of scale again, you know, and now we're talking about the micro and how fascinating that the patterns, the behavioral patterns are quite similar, regardless of the scale. And I'm also very fascinated by Mr. Anwar Ali's projects. There's this sense of playfulness, tactility And I think earlier we had a presenter also talking about low tech, which is something I think quite understated when it comes to this. When something is low tech, it is generally more accessible. So there's this sense of democracy or democratization when it comes to getting access to these so getting access to these toys. Yeah. So I'm just very honored to be able to hear and listen to these amazing presentations. And so thank you very much, and I wish you all the best. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. No, I think it's me. Tak ada orang. Tak ada orang lain. Okay. You have a presenter. So Mr. Winta.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum to everybody. Yeah. So we are going to proceed with the last session for today. We have our presenter, Mr. Winta Adiata Guspara from Universitas Kristen Duta Wancana. With his presentation, is Design an Alternative Perspective on Disability Understanding. Okay, Mr. Winta, is all yours. Let's reset. So we have 15 minutes.
I have just 5 slides, so 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. Hello, my friends and participant colleagues. I can use. My name is Winta Aditya Guspara, and I'm currently pursuing PhD at Indonesia Institute of the Arts in Jakarta. My major is product design, and I'm teaching also at Wancana University. I have a practice also in visual design. Now, at this quick moment, I would like to share my thoughts and discuss what disability, design, and technology. One thing is sure, technology must be responsible for the problem faced by people with disabilities. We start with a very short review of the approaches and models used to study disability issues. As well as we know, the disability approach starts with a religious approach that saw people with disability as a suffering. The religious approach then used charity as way out. The charity model has logical consequences, such as people with disability becoming less independent. Shortly after, the medical approach of seeing people with disability as impersons and handicapped came. The medical approach seeks to enable people with disability to become ordinary people and be more independent, such as through prosthetic methods. Through a medical approach, people with disability can begin to interact with the social environment around them. However, this also has consequences as well. There is a stigma related to disabled people and normal people. A social approach emerged that attempted to eliminate stigma through campaigns and regulation. Many campaigns and regulation have been made, but many social and physical environmental obstacles remain. To address this situation, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, or CRPD as well as you know, was published. It is based on human rights. Currently, the CRPD has been ratified by many countries and focuses on providing public facilities, accessibility, and accessibility devices. This condition requires support from design and technology to realize opportunities for living together as a new form of ultimate humanity. Next slide. Yeah. Then the question is why I choose micromobility issue that involve people with paraplegia and as an extreme user in my cases. Firstly, the participant with paraplegia had paralysis not from birth, but because of accident on our road traffic accident. This choice was made because this research uses and consciously try to overcome obstacles. Secondly, participants with paraplegia also have a pretty high experience regarding mobility and are very dependent on assistive mobility devices. The situation faced by people with paraplegia is paralysis, the severity of which depends on the position of the closer the thoracic injury is like a green. The move, the more widespread like this, the more widespread the paralysis is. For example, one of the participants suffered injury to the thoracic canal 5 till 7, like here, 5 and 7. So paralysis starts from the stomach in solar plexus area to the lower body of the head. This decrease of paralysis result in people somatic and extrasomatic processes, including different habits and behavior patterns, such as people with paraplegia will have paralysis in the legs so that the body can still make the legs. So that's the leg, not until sacrum or the upper. Paralysis is like a condition where muscle movement is weaker, not paralysis. Unlike paralysis, people with paralysis still have control over the affected muscle. So the paralysis can't control. So this paralysis, paralysis. In contrast to people with paraplegia who have injuries to the thoracic canal, they have most likely lost their ability to balance. These two conditions cause differences in how to move their body. For those who have balance, it is still easy to lift their body. So, I can lift the body as well and move it, but the paralysis cannot. So they doing some drifting like on the car. So I think that it's in Indonesia in Bahasa we call mesok. So just move the butt and then slide it. Next. This paralytic condition of people with paraplegia requires design adjustment. The body of person parameter loses its ability to adapt due to paralysis, particularly in body balance. People with paraplegia rely on their back, so maybe they have a relate the back and the backrest. People with paralysia carry on the back and hands to maintain the balance. When hands are doing something, so this in this picture it shows the detachable electric vehicle. The back should be still be laid down against the backrest. Vice versa. When the back is not supported, so maybe let's move front. It's not supported, that hands will be for the balance. Therefore, the design must be able to read and capture the somatic process that arises to the seat in body conditions. The encounter between disability and designs cannot simply be viewed using design and usual view of user experience or user experience. One user experience principle is body adaptation. In this case, somatic. Okay, thank you. In this case, somatic and extrasomatic process. Designing with the body is designing by knowing the somatic and extrasomatic processes that occur in the user because they become one of the triggers for the emergence of somatic movement, habits, and body deportment. Next slide. Thank you. Design, yeah, there's a question, why are design technology and symbols so important? Design activities and technology trajectories exist together with man learning to know their world. Moreover, man had to face and survive from the environment around them. Design and technology start to work together when man thinks about function, form, and goal today. Man tries to reconcile the interface of two different systems. For example, the human body and the environment, the body temperature and the environment temperature, with which initiate blankets, jackets, air conditioner, or heater. Design and technology build the artificial goal to attain the goal. The design how to find the problem and arrange the scenario to find the solution, while technology often materializes the scenario to things like a product, system, or services that help men to survive and know their goals. Based on empirical experience and my hypothesis, design can be considered an alternative perspective on disability understand. Design, along with technology and symbols, play a crucial role. Design, along with technology and symbols, plays a crucial role in shaping human experience and interactions, including tools of individuals with disability, like people with paraplegia. The relationship between design and disability is highlighted in the context of accessibility and assistive devices. Design is viewed as capability that can address the needs and requirements of individuals with disabilities, ultimately influencing user experience, independence of and freedom of mobility. By incorporating some aesthetic design and technology, a deeper understanding the somatic process and user experience can be achieved, leading to more inclusive and more theories and approach toward people with disability. Okay, next. Small movements from one place to another become a freedom for people with paraplegia, such as moving from bed to toilet. Moving independently becomes freedom from paralysis, and they really need assistive mobility devices such as wheelchairs and the other. Design and technology can help with the independence and freedom that people with paraplegia need. The design of assistive mobility devices provides support for people with paraplegia to be able to enjoy the atmosphere outside the home, with a friend and college, shopping, and even take their children to school. Of course, expanding mobility will increase the meaning of freedom for people with paraplegia. Freedom of mobility gives new meanings and symbols to the lives of people with paraplegia. They take part in the shaping goals. Assistive mobility devices exist as a symbol of freedom. Along together, we are the symbol of freedom in the world. They have been sharing learning house. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Winter. Moving on to our last presenter of the day, last but not least, of course, Mr. Fung Patrick Chan.
Hi everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, I'll share the PowerPoint. Just let me. Okay, let's go view.
All right.
How do I? Wait. Shoot. How do I? Oh yeah, there we go. Yep. Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Fun Chan from HKU. So one of the impetus for me to write this paper, right, is to query how a waterfront development in Vancouver came to be. I worked on the urban design aspect of this building that you see in front of you right now. So as I was working on this project, the social media reported that the developer was from Southeast Asia, particularly someone with ties to Sumatran palm oil. And so this piqued my interest. My research being largely on issues all about Southeast Asia and the Trans-Pacific. So I also thought to myself, it's possible that this waterfront development, it's at least partially financed and facilitated by trans-Pacific flows of bank loans, materials, labor, etc. And writers such as Lale Khalili as well as Max Haven have both written extensively, on issues about the historical and material conditions of transoceanic trades. So as a planner, I asked myself this, why should trans-Pacific flows concern planners, urban planners, city planners, urban designers? And on a local city scale, right, trans-Pacific flows that accumulate, especially as, condos, private condos can impact local communities, as well as cultural and natural ecologies. And on a global scale, one can observe, forests are being leveled and burned in colonized territory, such as Sumatra there in Riau. And at the same time, to yield the finances to acquire land in another colonized territory that is Vancouver, to accumulate more capital. And so we as planning practitioners, architects, theorists as well, our job is to shape land. We all know that these flows sustain imperial geographies and exacerbate spatial, economic, and racial tensions. And so practitioners may want to produce plans to rectify the wrongs caused by colonialism using global agencies such as APAC, or Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation. Theorists such as myself might want to produce, write about injustice and produce a theory or model to program. Moreover, planning's desire for an ideal future might actually sustain imperial geographies. And given this, for those of us who still want to write theories when encountering this thing called the Trans-Pacific, perhaps one question that we could ask ourselves as sort of a research question or reframe is this. What is the concept of writing trans-Pacifically becoming in the process of reading, writing, and thinking theory? amidst the Trans-Pacific? Is this concept even possible? What is the ethical thing here? What happens to theory and as well as the theorist in this process? And how does theory relate to practice? Could theory be a tool for inventing new relations rather than models and protocols? And if it is a tool, what would a theoretical text look like? To ask what the concept of writing trans-specifically is becoming is saying that trans-specific is a movement, as much as it is a physical, material, kind of spatial, geographic thing. Now, considering it as a movement is perhaps also asked this other sort of question, a sub-research question, how to write while acknowledging the trans, this thing called the trans in the trans-Pacific propels the Pacific, the cities, the ocean, the ecology at speeds and extensions, which even theoretical text cannot represent with words and maps. Ultimately, one can suggest that the trans is not something that the map can kind of like represent. So going into, thinking about things a bit more, I'll say that this paper that I'm presenting here is what I'm writing. It's a sort of experiment on how to write Pacific. It explores how the concept of writing trans-Pacifically transforms, becoming, right, while writing within the trans-Pacific. And here the phrase, while writing within, it's kind of key. The mode of writing has a kind of different epistemology and methodology compared to simply describing the trans-Pacific as an object of study. To explore how the concept of writing trans-Pacifically transform is becoming, this paper uses a sort of, I would say, quasi-auto, I don't know why I'm skipping, quasi-auto ethnographic style to query its own writing and thinking processes. It is to query theory writing itself, especially what's planning theory in the trans-Pacific. A bit about planning theory. Planning theory is, of course, not immune to imperial geography. That waterfront development I showed you guys earlier, it's, in a way, a result of the trans-Pacific capital, historical colonial territorialization, as well as planning theories, planning practices, and ultimately planning policies and, bylaws and stuff like that are informed by surplus growth models. Often also, planning theory also functions like a master plan. They exalt like one specific kind of future. So one question we can also ask ourselves is, how can theory overcome this master planning desire, planning theory overcome that? How to perhaps write without envisioning futures that effaces difference? Perhaps to overcome planning's desire for that one singular Pax Pacifica is to perhaps acknowledge that the trans in the trans-Pacific is beyond planning, spatial, and as well as epistemological frameworks. The trans-Pacific is perhaps uncontainable as theory's object. This trans-Pacific even envelops the act of writing and the concept of writing trans-Pacifically as well. The theorist's body the theorist might be writing about the trans-Pacific, but both the theorist and the text embedded in the trans-Pacific. The theorist is not a sort of dispassionate figure that can stand afar critiquing things, it's kind of wrapped up in it. And the text as well, the theoretical document as well, it's also part of the trans-Pacific material reality. And here, subject, object, site, that kind of hierarchy that comes undone. We are in the site. We are the site. And given this relation between the theorist, the trans-Pacific, and the text, well, I suggest that the more one actually writes about the trans-Pacific, the more unimageable it becomes. Text expand the trans-Pacific's growing body. And so in a sense, no matter how detailedly, we write, get our text attend to the trans-Pacific, details can produce details. Theory never gets minute enough to describe Sumatra or even the space between them, nor does theory get broad enough to capture the trans-Pacific's totality. To not represent the trans-Pacific is both a condition of the event of writing, as well as an active resistance to representation. For theory to refuse representing the trans-Pacific future is in a way to write against planning's imperial desire to totalize land as well as sea. It is acknowledging that the artifice that is the authority which planning has given itself, has given even planning theory, to represent space and history is sort of, as artifice. So recognizing the trans-Pacific's unimaginability, perhaps I would say, is not an absence of hope. Rather, one might suggest that theories' refusal and ultimately theories' inability to represent the future also hints at a writing practice that sustains hopes, sustains desires to invent new solidarities in order to deal with the trans-Pacific flows coming. So hope can point to more than a destiny. It can be a power to continue inventing. Perhaps one might say that writing's imprecision is what drives the desire to continue inventing. So how might a theoretical text look like if it was to remain hopeful, also not insist on a precise future? Perhaps we can turn to cultural theorist Homi Bhabha, who once suggested that forgoing the binary that we frame time and space with. So in the case of maybe planning, this is the Greek chronology of ism, where each ism sees itself as the best future. And you can see this in, like new urbanism says it's better than modernism, and modernism says it's better than the thing that came before, right? So, but why forgo binaries? According to Bhabha, theory's transformative capacity is not through a mimetic reflection of an a priori political principle, nor is it simply flipping the oppressor-oppressed binary. Rather, theory empowers its readers when its own textual form, its own epistemology can overcome given oppositions and overcome identity-kit political idealism. And this empowerment spurs the readers to read and write other futures, ones that are post-colonial as well as post-colonial. And so this event, it's ultimately a place of hybridity where to construct a political object that is new. Neither the one nor the other can properly alienate our political expectation, but at the same time make us think without sort of relying on given categories. In a way, furthermore, one can suggest that a theoretical text does not stand apart from the field it is writing about. Theoretical text, you can say it's kind of philosophical / textual, as well as an aesthetical, linguistic, visual object, evolving with other actions of resistance. The text is neither the cause of these political actions, nor simply a document that documents these actions afterwards. It can hybridize together with actions as well as other texts to form new actions, new lines of thought. And if we extend this function of theory to planning theory, we can perhaps say that the theory is not a plan nor a model, and it's more perhaps a tool. It does not regulate procedures or parameters for practitioners, or as Michel Foucault also noted, Michel Foucault noted that tools have multiple functions and outcomes. It is not a mold. A craft person invents new tools to use, new ways to use tools, even modify these tools. As such, a planning text as a tool does not just map changing terrains or forecast the future. It is a tool within the terrain. It changes the terrain as much as the terrain changes it, because it is contiguous with the trans-Pacific flows. Bhabha's idea of theory being transformative when it goes beyond representation can be further expanded by connecting it to Deleuze and Guattari's idea that even writing style and composition are crucial to stir corporeal mental changes in readers. While these changes may not be immediately categorizable by established socio-psychological categories, they can still spur readers to cultivate new desires. And these could be desires other than capitalism's desires. And so the stir changes suggest that writer could make language stammer in order to summon forth a people yet to come. Elsewhere, they liken writing and even writing theory, producing philosophy, to be a sort of groping experiment. Ultimately, one does not think without already becoming something else. And for that, a text's transformative power is in the vibrations, clinches, and opening it produces in the readers that spur them to explore new common possibilities with other humans, other non-humans, opening to the people yet to come. And here, thinking is not merely recognizing established concepts. Instead, to paraphrase Deleuze, thinking takes on a modality where even the thinker, the I, is differing from itself. In this process, even the theorist could become a theorist yet to come. A text is a tool to experiment with new modes of living, resistances, including new relations and care with others. It is the possibility of forming new relations with others without being dictated by fixed moral code that perhaps makes theory writing transformative. And I might suggest Spinoza's idea of ethics as being sort of relations building. Note that ethics is not simply abiding to codes, but sussing out which relations can be formed with others to increase each other's capacity to act and think critically. Lastly, an ethics relevant to perhaps the Trans-Pacific will be one, I would say, it's capable of changing with the Trans-Pacific, not to be captured by the Trans-Pacific. It is in this notion of ethics that led this paper to suggest that the concept and ethics of writing trans-pacifically is something that is imminently expressed through the reader's own exploration of this concept, writing trans-pacifically, and their own practice of forging new relations with others. Maybe one could say it is to write despite the unimaginable gap between theory and trans-pacific, despite the unimaginability of the concept of writing trans-pacifically. And it is, I would say that this, this unimaginable gap, it's politically potent. It acts as a sort of defense against imperial economics' appropriation of any well-intentioned visions of Pac-Pacific that can appropriate things into marketable entities. The gap is perhaps a way of saying no to neocolonialism, remaining yet imageable. The concept of writing trans-pacifically eludes perhaps even this paper's gaze. Thank you. Sorry, the slides were skipping.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Fong Patrick Chan, for that very elaborate presentation. I think before I would like to ask if there is any questions for any of our presenters, perhaps from the room itself or online. If you would like to speak or ask any questions, you can speak directly in the mic.
Or type.
Or type, yeah. Or type. That's good. Anyone? Or do you have a first question at the
question I want to ask Professor. Yeah, about your project.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is the project a real project that executed or implemented in the community?
Oh yeah. I have friends, a lot of paraplegic people with paraplegic, and I'm also the activist.
So you design those vehicles for.
I designed the electric detachable electric wheelchair and bike also. So
it's really useful and meaningful. I mean, for your.
Thank you.
I cry just now.
Oh yeah, yes. So I just came in and then I saw your design, and so that is really needed, I think, for bringing life or meaningful life, I mean, to the people who are bedridden, all the times. So I think your project is really interesting, and so I want to give you encouragement to do more. Many people do that, especially of your design. I think it looks like, maybe bulky or maybe bigger, but I think it's really serve the purpose for giving chance for them to go out. From their
this big problem with the people with paraplegia to move around. So that's I designed detachable and hand bike for around 8 miles.
So
5 and 8 miles is okay to around
the place. Maybe we can bring it here to Malaysia. I think there are a lot of the design.
Good research is always related with the medical healthcare.
Because I think this kind of design can be implemented in the society And I think through medical based kind of product design, I think it should be promoted because it's also not that expensive, right?
Yeah.
Not that expensive.
And then I have I joined with I asked the workshop, local workshop to build it. So there's my goal is a sustainable design, sustainable production. So that there is any program or damage the workshop local can be repaired. Can be
yes, that's costing.
Yeah.
Because I saw those kind of advanced wheelchair. Those are very expensive.
Right.
So like this, I think the people, on the in the place, they can build more. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. So thank you very much, Mr. Winter and Mr. Patrick Chan. Unfortunately, we have out of time, so we have to wrap it up because there is also another event happening at the cinema. So thank you very much, and we wish you all the best. Thank you.